You just heard a trio of songs from Gargoyle's Furebumi record. You heard the Prologue, Execute, and Dilemma. This is the International Thrash Series Part 2.
Yeah.
Japan and Australia. This is Requiem Podcast. I am Mark.
And I am Jason. Yeah. I guess Part 1 technically was split into 2 parts, Sodom. And then we did a patron show, which was also like Thrash mixtape
yes.
for Belgium and the Netherlands. And so, probably I think we'll get away from the Thrash mixtape after this, because I think a couple of them are it's a lot, but it's also sort of a Russian roulette of sort of insane craziness fun. So, like the old Thrash stuff in the 80s where you were taping it for your friends and doing tape trading. Side A is Japan and side B is Australia. So you gotta get like a cornucopia of different bands and sounds that hopefully a lot of our Requiem fans probably don't know.
Yeah, there's a pretty big variety here too of
yeah.
Some of it's like unbelievable and awesome, and some of it's campy and fucking weird and schizophrenic, and there's a couple that are just kind of like
pretty standard
wet farts. Yeah, like not nothing amazing, but it's not bad by any stretch. But it's just like we've heard this. It sounds like this and this, but Japan's always an interesting country. The way they it's either like totally straight and exactly what you think for the genre, or fucking bonkers. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of in between.
I mean, like I wrote for like those Gargoyle, those trio tunes you just heard there. I said like I'm almost like speechless to describe the band, because they're like. You start with the Chen traditional Japanese music that opens up the Prologue Ruika tune that we, started the show, and you get this triumphant thrash when Ruiko, the second part of the Prologue, kind of kicks in. It has like almost like power metal Blind Guardian kind of nods at times,
totally.
The solo. And then there's like this intense like John Zorn-esque like Execute tune, and then you get like prog thrash and Dilemma. That's also like got flamenco fucking styled solos in it with like
it's like Mr. Bungle.
Yeah, it is. It's
like Jello Biafra with a hoarse throat.
Exactly. And I mean, it's in their this second album from Gargoyle, the Furebumi. I don't know.
We're both not the best pronunciation people.
But it's a delight, and I listened to the whole thing and just kind of trying to grab like a sampling that gives you some of the flavors of it. But this, for people that don't haven't really been maybe they're checking us for the first time, stumbling, maybe they're fans of weird avant Japanese music or Australian music, and they're joining. What sort of generated a lot of these like international thrash things that we're doing is I found this whole series of articles published by Worship Metal, and I think the guy, let me find the author's name, Chris Jennings, and he did one for Japanese thrash, the 10 greatest old school albums. Is October 2018, so about 5 years ago or so. But he did one for the Belgium Patreon episode that we did. He did one for German thrash, which we used a little bit of for Sodom, and we'll use for other episodes kind of in this series as we kind of go. And he also did one for Australia. So when we get to side B of this episode, it's kind of neat. So I kind of use those as a guidepost, because honestly, like I wouldn't even know where to begin to start with a lot of the stuff outside of a couple bands. Like I knew Doom before this, Sabbat before this.
Yeah.
I knew Mortal Sin before this, and some of the stuff in Australia, Hobbs, Angel of Death. I think I even played a Hobbs Angel of Death song for you on like a patron episode like 4 or 5 years ago when
he came through and played Hamtramck.
Oh no shit.
And I missed it, and now he's dead.
Yeah, that's fucking crazy. Yeah. But it was like something I discovered when I think one of the Patreon shows we did one time was talking about the history of heavy metal countdown. And
Mm-hmm.
I think I was like maybe playing you some gems that I just kind of discovered in my research for doing that countdown. And I was like, yeah, this is kind of cool from Australia. It's very, Slayer sounding stuff. And you were like, oh yeah, this is great, But then it was like that was it, like I never thought like we'd ever return back to Hobbs Angel of Death anytime, but here we
Yeah.
are. Just fucking
I
doing
might
our
have even
thing.
bought that on vinyl. I don't have any of my records out yet, so I'm still I got like a new pile of crap that I've been slowly getting because I've been up almost 2 months.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
been
And
at
you,
the far
Requiem
far
North
north,
headquarters. Yeah,
the Sons of Northern Darkness location.
yeah. I got to
Um,
change the chalk on my bar in the basement where we record down here because it
you're
says
south, man.
Requiem Northern headquarters. I'm now the south,
Yeah,
So
we can see the Aurora Borealis up here, so we're definitely up there.
yeah. No, but yeah, so it's been it's been a hot minute since we recorded a episode for the all the fans. We did a Patreon episode a couple weeks ago for those of you that aren't patrons and you kind of dig this like international thrash stuff. If you're a thrash head, definitely worth signing up on Requiem. Going to patreon.com/Requiem podcast or going to the website requiemmetal.com. You can kind of sign up there, but yeah, we did like a fucking 5.5 hours on Dutch and Belgian sort of, thrash metal. And again,
Yeah,
if you had told me a few years ago that we'd be able to pull an episode like that off, I would have looked at you kind of funny, but here we are.
most especially with the length and any type of I guess any kind of insights.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And that
But
Dutch book
we've
came
listened to a
out.
lot of shit.
Yeah.
I see. That's another thing. I want to get my books so bad.
Oh,
I
yeah.
have
They're all
the only
packed
thing
up.
I have right now is I got a Def Leppard book and that United Forces
Oh, the Brazilian, yeah,
fanzine
United
thing
Forces.
from
Yeah.
Bazillion Points. Yeah,
I just pre-ordered the Scott Burns book, so I'm pretty
I did
excited
too.
about
I
that.
love what they did for the title treatment.
Oh, yeah,
The
yeah.
different letters from like
The
Death and
letters is
Sepultura, and
fucking incredible.
that was pretty awesome.
Pretty inspired. Yep. Yeah, if you don't know what we're talking about, Decibel and who's the actual company that puts that out?
Red Flag Media.
Red Flag Media. Yeah, they got a bunch of it's just kind of more like oral history testimony of different people that worked with Scott Burns, right? I think is what it kind of is.
I think I just bought it sight
Yeah,
unseen just because
yeah.
it's kind of they've got a good track record. It's something if I'm not interested, I don't necessarily get everything, but we're kind of at a just unbelievable place where we can, I never thought I'd have so many fucking death metal books,
I know.
but it's 35 years out, so
Yeah, there's some
there's
scholarship now.
scholarship now.
Yeah. Yeah. But what we sort of did with the Belgium Netherlands episode, unlike the Sodom ones, is kind of like I said, like almost like a mixtape sort of thing where we'll be kind of flying through lots of different bands, sometimes just a single song from a band, sometimes maybe a pair of tunes. For some of the more essential bands, you get a little bit bigger scope for them. But like I said, we're going to cover Japan with kind of side A and then, flip the tape over to Australia and kind of have fun with it. I think, the next stuff we'll do after this, I think we'll take a break from thrash. We've got some actual interviews we recorded a while back that we can use for, I think, what we're going to do next with an American band, kind of going local back to Mark's days with Relapse a little bit.
Yes, go back to Virginia.
Yeah, yeah. So that would be kind of fun, and that's a band I've always, worth kind of getting deeper into a bit. As I get older, I've appreciated them more. I think.
Well, without saying who they are, I think they've gotten better.
Yeah, yeah, I agree.
Like their last couple records are fantastic. I still put them on every once in a while.
Yep,
Like great stuff.
So it'll be good, and there's definitely some thrash in there, but there's some other elements as well. But
yeah, proto death metal and.
But yeah, so we'll be lighter in terms of like deep analysis of songs and a little bit of scholarship here and there, but it's not going to be as maybe an in-depth as some of the stuff we did. Although with the Australia stuff, I came across some things that I kind of forgot about that will come into play a little bit later that adds some really good context to some stuff. But when it comes to Gargoyle, since we got one more tune we're going to play from them as we when we launch in the next set of music. Gargoyle showed up at number 3 in that worship metal thing, and here's what he had to say about the Furebumi. This is absolutely batshit crazy. Gargoyle's sophomore album, Furebumi, is as ferocious as ever and equally as manic. This was a band who reveled in throwing everything into the mix, and their contorted, constantly evolving thrash remains a mindfuck of kaleidoscopic proportions. Predictability was never in Gargoyle's vocabulary, and their seamless meshing of a multitude of disparate styles from funk, thrash, surf rock, prog, folk, death, doom, black, speed is nothing short of astonishing. Sure, on paper, that sounds like a disaster waiting to happen, but Gargoyle's off the wall creativity was tempered by their ability to somehow make the shit work. Hard to please, diehard thrashers will get their kicks out of the intense likes of Execute and Hallelujah, while the rest of us will be knocked sideways by the sheer number of maddeningly
things.
Thank you. Conceived ideas on display. So yeah, it's been a long week. So, but yeah, I think that's apropos the best way to kind of describe this record. But it's definitely worth checking out. I don't know how available a lot of this stuff is. I mean, I own physical copies of a few of these things, but I gotta imagine kind of like the Belgium, Dutch stuff. A lot of it's fucking obscure, hard as shit to get, But I don't know. When I hear this record from Gargoyle, I kind of think like this is something like Joseph Schaefer would dig, because he kind of digs sort of Japanese culture things. He kind of digs like the sort of ADD-ness of like, we did the Discordance Axis Gridlink kind of episode with them, and plus he loves thrash. So he, Colony Drop is the new record that they sort of put out, got really good reviews in Decibel and other places, and it's fun. I bought that, and I was actually listening in the car the other day. But yeah, I think of a band like Gargoyle, I'm like, this is probably like right up a guy like Joseph Schaefer's like alley, who wants something that's like esoteric but like also kicks ass at times too,
Oh yeah, it's interesting because I think he's about 10 years younger maybe than me. But so his approach to thrash was probably more internet based too, which is cool, because you could find all the stuff that none of us had ever heard of. And then Hell's Headbangers and a lot of these like smaller boutique labels start putting this stuff out again, and it like has this whole renaissance. It's really it's a great time to be into music.
What were your thoughts on Gargoyle? Besides,
I think the batshit crazy was right on.
Yeah.
Just the vocals are just kind of insane. Like just the guy like almost speaking in tongues. I don't know how many lyrics are actually involved.
Yeah.
Everything's in Japanese. If you look at like Metal Archives or whatever if you like view lyrics, it's like, okay. But it doesn't necessarily sound like it's full word. If it's just words, I don't know. That's kind of a recurring theme on some of these bands.
Yeah.
Where there's very few actual lyrics. It's just more like emotions being audibly screamed or whatever.
So in doing some research, they call their style of thrash, I don't know if you came across this, mysterious gorilla sound.
I did not see that.
Just like, what the fuck? What does that even mean? But somehow it makes sense.
Whatever you want it to mean.
Yeah, I guess. But they formed in '87. They hail from Osaka. They kind of, when they play on stage, they employ like costumes that take some imagery from like ancient culture and like outdated societies and stuff like that. So, that's a part of some Japanese metal. I know, like with the Virtual K or whatever the hell it's called, where they glam themselves up and look really like pretty and stuff. But there's, I think some of the like Psy, I think even like would wear some different things on stage.
They're pretty theatrical. Baby metal.
Yeah.
Are they Japanese?
They are. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's definitely like an over the top, like, kabuki aesthetic, I guess, to.
Yeah. There's like a lineage of that.
Yeah. But definitely there's that weird power metal kind of thing that goes through this whole thing too. Like the triumphant, like, like you're at a Oktoberfest, everybody's chanting Hammered. Like that kind of weird vibe.
German speed metal kind of thing, like built into some parts of it, So and
even like almost like an Italian weirdness. How you'd have like Italian bands are really over the top, or I'm even thinking like oh Jesus, what the hell's his name? The guy
Paul Chain?
Well, Paul Chain, but also like all the like Goblin, like all this stuff that was just
like Fabio Frizzi and Claudio Simonetti.
Yeah. Like just like not what you would expect to be like mixed with, harder music.
Well, yeah, like, I showed in my horror film class the opening of like Suspiria to kids and just kind of talked about how it's like almost like based on like, phantasmagoric like fairy tales and shit. Like,
Yeah.
it's like very over the top and insane, and the goblin score and all the stuff that's kind of going on there. Yeah, I could see a little bit of that, for sure. And you kind of mentioned like vocals too. I mean, like the next song we're gonna hear that opens up the next set, Hallelujah. Kiba, the vocalist, I mean, he's got like this like Jello Biafra meets like Pee Wee Herman kind of thing that he like merges together, and it's very
A little
much
bit
like
of Udo in there too.
yeah, some of that as well. But like, even if the vocals kind of like turn you off a little bit, like the thrash riffs fucking slay, especially in like Hallelujah, and the rhythm section is pretty fucking killer. The Toshi is the bass, and then Katsutsi, I think, he's got this kind of weird left of center kind of like drumming. That's a pretty big highlight, what the rhythm section's doing in a lot of these songs. So
borderline like blast beats. It has like this vocally, and it has like, it reminds me of the first Patent Faith No More record, Real Thing.
Yeah.
Where like there's all this weird shit happening, but you always had that center of like, Jim Martin guitars.
Yeah.
Could cut through. Like, so it's like that's where you can hang on like through all this craziness.
Well, and like Toshi's bass playing and stuff, I said like it's almost like if like Overkill made like a Mr. Bungle record, because like you've got like Dee Dee Verdi, like Overkill stuff and some of like those like catchy riffs that like keep you grounded from going off into like too much craziness. So I think Faith No More is like a good, especially early Faith No More with Patton, because that's still pretty rooted in, like you said, the Jim Martin kind of guitar and stuff like that, so yeah, I mean, solo in the song that you're gonna hear is fucking top notch stuff. So yeah, it's definitely an eclectic record. Check it out on YouTube. I think a lot of it's available there, and if you can find a physical copy, for sure, worth checking out.
There might be like collections or so. I honestly didn't really look too much, because I started getting just depressed by looking at any of this stuff.
I didn't even bother looking up what some of this shit costs, because I know how.
Jesus. Well, some of it's like, oh, $15.99, cool, and that's like, oh, it's from Germany, so it costs like $74 shipped.
Because the shipping.
Like, oh, Jesus. Okay.
So basically, as is Japan, super eclectic, obviously. We're going to kind of change tone after we, play this like last Gargoyle tune and move to a band called Sacrificed, Crest to Black. And I guess, I don't know, Mark, I'm trying to guess, you said you picked up a couple of records. This would be one I would think that was like, would tickle your fancy a lot. Crest to Black. I don't know.
A little bit. This one was actually a little, it sounded like somebody playing through the wall.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean,
the production wise,
some of the production's pretty rough. Yep.
And it's very early. Which one is it here? I think it's, I put like, after listening to Gargoyle, this seemed a bit sedated.
Oh yeah, sure.
And it's very new album, I think, in its approach.
Some Hellhammer kind of riffs too, kind of going as well.
But that bass is like Bobby Dahl. It's just open D, just do.
Yeah, definitely primitive. Definitely. Yeah. I mean, they released basically a trio of records from the mid 80s to early 90s. And I mean, I just wrote, compared to most Japanese thrash, this is pretty Spartan and non-experimental. I mean, it's about as like simple, but still heavy. It's got like the Celtic Frost, Hellhammer kind of riffs kind of built in there a little bit.
Well, Friday Nightmare has a little bit of that. Has like a Dream Warriors intro,
and
then some like, what is it, Venom?
It's Venom,
static.
Yeah, it's monotonous Venom.
Yeah, painfully slow.
yeah. It's just they showed up in the Worship Metal Countdown. I think it's. Let me find out. I got my numbers wrong here. They're number 7 on the countdown.
Okay.
Here's what they had to say. Heavily influenced by Venom and Celtic Frost, this charred debut from Sacrifice is a primitive, gargling, thrashing time capsule of orthodox 80s thrash. There you go. It's a good word, orthodox.
Okay.
Devoid of technicality, lacking in finesse, and completely focused on bludgeoning you senseless. These guys sound like they recorded their first rehearsal and then unleashed it on the world, which isn't a complaint.
Yeah.
When you come from a country who revels in avant-garde weirdness, It's refreshing to hear a Japanese band simply let rip and honor the pioneering work of the aforementioned Venom and Frost alongside the Black and Thrash early Sodom and Destruction. Sacrifice surely were riding a crest of black, and in the Far East, at least, there were none blacker. So, yeah. I mean,
at times it almost sounds like you're playing your record at the wrong speed.
Yeah, I could see that.
But yeah, uncomfortable bludgeoning are pretty good ways to describe it.
I mean, when you get to Lucifer Smiles, the second tune, it's got like a kind of a cool Teutonic kind of catchiness, like kind of mid-pace kind of groove, pretty infectious, kind of a fun solo. It's funny you say like the Dokken kind of thing, because I guess sometimes the guitar solos come out and they're like more energetic than like the rest of the songs. It's almost like the guitar player is bored, so he's like, I'm just gonna throw some flash in there a little bit,
Or like whoever, I don't know, I didn't look into how many people was this a 3-piece band too?
Good question. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
But it seemed like the guitar player or the lead player was just like, oh my god, this enough palm muting. Let's I want to fucking rip.
Yeah. Well, I mean, then the solo kind of like bubbles up. It's got this youthful naivety and energy. And one of the things I wrote is, I think I've told the story a long fucking time ago on here, but Grand Cocoon, who long-time Requiem listeners will know, has made some appearances on some of our early stuff, and he was kind of my metal partner growing up. Mark had Chris kind of like challenging each other, and I had Jeff Grand Cocoon, and we actually started a band together in high school for a bit, and like I sang and I guess kind of played bass. I don't know. And we actually like did some recordings at Mount Pleasant High School in what was Jay Romer.
TV production class.
Yeah, the TV, we had access to that because
I feel like everybody did. I never took those classes, but I made a Mentos commercial.
Yeah.
In that studio.
That's funny. We made a Mentos commercial for Spanish class too.
It was in the air back then.
Yeah. I mean, how Foo Fighters made a whole like video based on the cheesiness of those Mentos commercials for Big Me, but
I will say that I predated the Foo Fighters.
Yeah, though you're a cutting edge guy, Mark. That's why
always ahead of my time. Fuck you, Dave Grohl. Come on,
you're a man out of time, But what was I gonna say? Oh, well, one of the guys that was playing in the band with us was an exchange student from Germany, and he was like into Tiamat and some of the Century Media stuff. We kind of bonded over that a little bit, but he was actually an exchange student living with Jay, and him and Grand Cocoon became really good friends. They would kind of hang out a lot, and so like he basically had access to that thing, and so we all went in there with Craig Johnson, your former neighbor, playing drums, and we just kind of started writing like fucking stupid songs. I wrote a song called Topeka about fucking Kansas and shit. But the main riff in that song was the main riff in fucking Hellhammer. We didn't know it. We had never heard Hellhammer before.
Well, the thing is, that's a primal riff that everybody comes to, even though you've never heard it before. Yeah.
So like
that's the beauty of Hellhammer.
Exactly. So we played it, and then I remember like years later, like discovering Hellhammer and being like, "Holy shit, this sounds like the riff from fucking Topeka or whatever," But like Sacrifice, and especially like a song like Lucifer, this song's like the kind of song we were like trying to write because we were limited by like our abilities. I was just screaming, and Jeff was playing, Hellhammer riffs and simple drumming, and I have a cassette tape somewhere, a couple of our songs, and they were not good. And
we're gonna have to rip them and put out a limited.
I gotta find it in a drawer
LP.
somewhere. Yeah, yep. Requiem. We'll just call it Requiem. So,
well, if you want to do that, I can put some of my songs that I've co-wrote or did completely myself on there too.
Just put a fucking. It'll be like Steel. It'll be our Steel, our heavy metal machine. Just like drunken, 7-inch that we put out that becomes a cult item.
Sure. But, it's gonna be across the centuries.
Yeah, that's it right there. But so Sacrifice is fun, but not essential stuff. And then kind of change gears a little bit with the last band we're gonna kind of cover in this first set. Is a kind of a band from Nagoya called Outrage, and it's from their 1988 debut, which is called The Black Clouds. Fucking bathed in Megadeth, I'll say. That's the sort of band that sort of jumps out to me the most. I don't know what you had to say about Outrage.
Megadeth and Metallica.
Yeah.
Which, early are, similar sounds outside of vocal, but I think it's definitely more of a Hetfield vocal approach.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, I'm looking
But
at
the
the.
funny thing is that actually, like, Curtain of History, it kind of predates modern Metallica.
Oh
The
yeah,
modern Metallica like riff sound,
yeah.
where like something off like Death Magnetic, or like one of the like Cyanide, or like one of those songs is just kind of like eh. But I think they do it better than modern Metallica does it.
I get that. Yeah, I can kind of
But
see that.
riff wise, it's totally like a something James came up with in 2017 or something.
Well, and especially like the vocals, I said, and you can hear it in Curtain of History. I said the vocals have a newer Hetfield feel, like it's like late '90s Hetfield.
Rah! Where he's starting
Yeah,
to like not do as much throat stuff,
yeah.
trying
And
to sing more. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
there's actually a band. We'll talk about them down the road when we inevitably get to like the British thrash stuff. But a band called Zentrix. I don't know if you've ever listened with an Xentrix, like Zentrix. But
I
their
don't think so.
vocalist is named Chris Astley, not related to Rick, but
Hey, Rick Astley's a good drummer
yeah.
too.
Oh yeah, Rick Astley's a kind of a metalhead too, and he's a kind of a closet metalhead, which is
He's an
cool.
entertaining guy. I watched some what was it? One of those what's in your bag at Amoeba Records thing with him.
Yeah, what do you have in his
He's got
bag?
a really good sense of humor. He
Okay.
had like some ACDC stuff and it's like hard rock stuff
Yeah,
in
like
there.
I said, he's kind of like he knows how to you know. My girlfriend said she saw him in concert at St. Andrews and he put on a fucking hell of a show. So good
I'm
for
sure
you.
I saw him come up and play with I think it was Foo Fighters. He came up and played an ACDC song.
Yeah, yeah. That's I mean
So
he likes the hard rock, when he gets a chance,
yeah.
which is cool. But yeah, I had a student last year who sold like man, this student was fascinating. I may have told you about him before. I don't know if it was on the air or not, but he was like an 80-year-old man. We used to call him Grandpa Paul because like he like always talked about like needing his sleep, and his hobby was like he had a train page on YouTube where he just filmed trains.
That's totally an old man thing. Holy
Oh,
shit.
he's just like this old guy. Like one time he came into class and he's like, God dang it. Oh, they're giving away like free sugar snacks to it was like Friendship Day or something. So like the counseling department was like handing out candy or something. He's like, all these kids are gonna be all hyped up on sugar all day. It's gonna get annoying. And I was like, who the fuck are you? You're like an old fucking Grandpa Simpson. But
That's
his
hilarious.
whole thing is he was trying to rickroll me the whole school year because I constantly would rickroll him and
Yeah.
like class would like kind of clap because I'd lure him into these traps. But he was really terrible at setting up the jokes. So like he would telegraph like what he was trying to do, and I never would fall for it. Like he'd send me an email and he's like, hey, I found a YouTube video for rock history that I think you'll want to watch. And then he'd come into school
Nope.
next day. He's like, hey, did you get my email? I'm like, Paul, I didn't open it. And he's like, God damn it, zoinks. So like he just fucking, like his whole goal before he graduated was to try and rickroll me. And I will say this, it was pretty badass. He's a good woodworker. And he actually like made like a wood plate with like Rick Astley's face on it with all the lyrics printed in it. And like he like gave me a gift. He's like, I got a gift for you. And like I didn't think anything of it. And like I opened it and I was like, Paul, you fucking this is worth it. I'm gonna
You
display
got me,
this
buddy.
role. Yeah, like you earned this. But like one of the last days of school, he goes, hey, I want to rickroll the whole class. So he created like a QR code and he goes, tell them it's like a senior survey and just put it up on your like screen when they come in. It's like kids will walk in the first hour and they're like scan it with their phones, and then like you just see the look of disappointment on their faces, like I just got Rick. So,
That's
anyways,
funny.
there's my Rick Astley story for our Japanese thrash episode. Just what you wanted, just what you came here for, folks.
Exactly.
But yeah, this one showed up at number 4 on the worship metal, and they basically said Black Clouds is the 1988 full length release from Japanese thrashers Outrage, and what an album it is. Indebted to the Bay Area, and particularly Megadeth, Outrage were adept at writing crunchy thrash numbers, which were both satisfyingly heavy and catchy as fuck. Opener Curtain of History is an absolute triumph, um, and recalls the stomp of Prime Zentrix as it bulldozes its way through the rough terrain. The obligatory thrash ballad is present and accounted for in the formidable shape of the In My Darkest Hour-esque title track, but it's the satisfying Bay Area crunch you're here for, and Outrage provided in spades. Sure, the majority of the songs on Black Cloud sound much the same, but when they're this good, who really gives a shit? So there you go.
That's true. They are pretty samey song to
Yeah,
song. But yeah,
yeah,
without reading where that was from, I put it has bits of My Darkest Hour in it.
yeah. No, it's yeah, and that's what's really cool is like I've got Mark's kind of like at the mercy of like this episode, these like mixtape episodes, because he doesn't know what I've got on my end in terms of research and stuff and these lists and shit. But it's always cool when like the stars align and you're kind of like tuning into like the things that are obviously already out there, So
yeah, and that's kind of what these are, is like using whatever I can remember from other things and making correlations.
Yeah, but absolutely. I mean, in the Black Clouds tune, I mean, it's got this really cool, like moody thrash kind of ballad atmosphere. Obviously in My Darkest Hours is kind of but you could put Fade to Black or, some other kind of things like that
sure.
too.
What's the vocals almost have almost have like it's like John Bush with Hetfield.
Oh, yeah. I can see that.
It's a lot more of the like more of the singy, like soulful, for lack of a better word.
No, yeah, I think Bush had like a really great kind of soulful style to him, which didn't always align with thrash, which is probably why he was like for Armored.
And that's probably also why he was in Anthrax, because Joey Belladonna did the same.
They always had power metal kind of stuff, yeah.
But it's like it's that vocal sound, but done in a Megadethy, more like Megadeth, like something that Dave Mustaine would have, like the kind of vocal style. The pattern is more his.
Yep.
Like he has, I don't know, he's got it's very like Teutonic. Going back and listening to I went back and listened to In My Darkest Hours, like, I think I need to get all this old Megadeth shit.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Yep. It's funny because for longtime listeners, Mark's been a Rest in Peace guy almost like exclusively, and like, cuts here and there and the other ones. And I'm always like, we should do like a, older Megadeth stuff. And, it's been an upward, not like a battle, but just always like one of those, like, I don't know, kind of funny things. Like I always,
people have themselves. You got your certain, hills you want to die in for a certain amount of time. And then you're like, you know what? After listening to a lot of this stuff, I was like, these early Megadeth records are fucking schizophrenic and all over the place.
Weird.
But
they're so fucking strange.
But I know why. Like all the history and everything. Now it makes so much sense. Like, okay, he's trying to be like as innovative as possible, as like different from Metallica as possible.
Yeah, he's trying to like flex almost to show like he's above all that, in some level.
So I think I've got so far so good. I've got a couple others that I picked up over the years that I found for cheap, but anything up until Rest in Peace. After that, I could, I think there's some good stuff here and there, but I'm not a completist by any means.
Sure. Yeah, I think if you took like half a Countdown and half a Euthanasia, you got a pretty good record there. But a lot of that stuff's kind of like filler stuff I don't really need to listen to that much anymore. But I
don't need to like own a vinyl copy of like Super Collider or anything. Is any of that stuff.
Not many people do, Mark. Not many people do. But in Black Clouds too, I wrote like cool meaty like thick bass, especially in the chorus, that really kind of pushes everything in this like cool emotional crescendo. And like I wrote everything from like the 3:45 mark on is this like kind of doomy thrash with like a great crunch. So it's a pretty cool tune.
It feels like Injustice for me.
Yeah, that doomy thrash, absolutely. Yep, crunch. They even covered. I looked at and I checked out a little bit of it, but they covered a tune from that Flower Traveling Band, which oh
yeah, I remember them.
Yeah, we played them on like probably one of the proto metal episodes or whatever, but Satori was like the big song. That was kind of like the Japanese proto metal kind of, I don't know, they were the band, I guess, but that's kind of cool that there's like a nod to them on there. And I don't know most material after this album, so I'm not sure. But some of it got pretty solid reviews, but this was the one that the kind of people hone in on, is the Black Clouds record. But so good stuff indeed. So let's get into it. Let's start the mixtape a-rolling. We're going to start with Gargoyle, one more tune from them, Hallelujah, from the same record, Furebumi. The pair of tunes from Crest to Black from Sacrifice from 1987, Friday Nightmare, and Lucifer Smiles. And then we got a pair of tunes from 1988's Black Clouds from the band called Outrage. We got Curtain of History and Black Clouds.
「 Bloody
That was Black Clouds and Curtain of History from Outrage. Then we had Lucifer Smiles and Friday Nightmare from Sacrifice. And we kicked the whole thing off with Gargoyle's Hallelujah. So now the Japan mix continues with I guess I would say a legend of the scene, a band we really haven't talked about before, but certainly a band that always comes up, especially in extreme metal circles when you talk about like, bands that were at the forefront or were an inspiration, to bigger stuff. And when you talk about Japan in extreme metal, you always kind of hear about Sabbat.
Sabbat,
not the British thrash Sabbat, but the Japanese thrash Sabbat. They're interesting. They started in '83 out of the ashes of a band called Evil. And if you go on like Wikipedia or Metal Archives, they've got lots of singles, lots of 7-inches, lots of demos, all throughout the 80s until they finally released their debut in 1990-91, which is Envenom. And, it's kind of wild, for a band to go almost like 7-8 years before they finally like put something down, it's like
Exodus.
It's like Exodus or something like that. And I mean, obviously these guys, toe the line, definitely blackened thrash. But there's still enough thrash roots in these first couple before I think they go more full. I don't know if they ever went full black metal, but I think they go more into like the R noir camp, that style.
Well, I think what they do, like,
or Niflheim.
Niflheim is what I was going to say. They've got the sense of humor, but they also have a reverence for the source material.
Yeah.
So it's not making fun. It's like it's embracing or relishing in the kind of craziness.
Yeah. Well, now you were asking, is this one of the bands that you tried?
I tried to, but it was too expensive.
Okay. Because I was gonna say this I think would tickle your fancy quite a bit.
Totally.
Sap.
Well, and some of these titles too, of just like,
Envenom into the witch's hole. I mean, fucking
what does that mean? Coming in the witch's vagina?
I don't know, man. Like it seems like I feel like inappropriate just saying that out loud. And I don't even know.
But it's also that ESL kind of beauty that we get in heavy metal a lot. You can't come up with stuff that's that ridiculous.
Sure.
Without having that be your second language. Like you start throwing these things together, like I could never come up with that exact term. It's just so insane.
Yeah, they basically. So there's a Terrorizer we've read from before. Did these 2 thrash specials issues in like 2003, and they do a global thrash kind of part. And there's a little section that actually, strangely enough, it's called Australia and Japan. So go figure. Serendipity. But, they've got one little paragraph and they're just kind of talking a little bit about the early Japanese thrash stuff. And they said, moving up into Japanese territory, Casbah were one of the first bands to gain some attention, and we're not covering them, and I didn't really find a lot about them. But even if the quality of their demo tape and subsequent Russian Roulette EP are all too frequently overshadowed by their use of Kiss-style face paint and costumes, but formed in 1984, Sabbat continued to this day and should be singled out for special attention, as they are one of the few bands that have never strayed from their path in order to achieve commercial success, and instead release record after record of quality blackened thrash.
Niflheim, exactly.
That's it. Yeah.
Unfortunately, they've split up, but
it's
right after we did the episode. I think maybe a week after they heard it, they just like, fuck this.
I know. They're like, we can't go on from this. They covered everything. Once we played that sample of them trying to break the Striper record or something, they were too embarrassed, I guess. But
I think one of them got a girlfriend, and I
think that's
Iron Maiden wasn't as strong of a connector anymore.
Yeah,
shit. Unfortunately, but maybe who knows what might happen.
Maybe a reunion someday, But yeah, we're gonna hear a pair of tunes from their debut record, which is Envenom, and Deathtemptation and Carcassvoice, 2 fucking just great titles.
Single words too.
Yeah, like the merge them together again. This ESL sort of aspect, but you get fantastic opening solo in Deathtemptation with a later like double solo that's really fucking killer. Some cool like East Asian flavored stringed instrument is kind of like going underneath at a couple points in the song.
Mm-hmm.
Just a real highlight with that like Carcassvoice has like a like Metallica Kill 'Em All riff, but it's like bathed in like Bathory. So it's like kind of a weird, like a weird mixture of those kind of things, and almost like Death Crush in some of its catchiness with pretty wild fucking vocals and stuff.
Yeah, there's like that weird like kind of call and response thing. They keep it's like King Diamond meets Pungent Stench at times.
Yeah, that's a
Good
band
bass breakdowns, and like with Deathtemptation too. Like that solo at the end is a total fucking Hank Sherman solo.
Yeah,
it's great, but it's like, whoa, that's totally Hank Sherman.
Yeah. And then basically we get to Evoke, which is the record they put out in 92. And this is the record that ended up at number 2 on the worship metal sort of thing. And basically what they said is the writer says the most recognizable name on this list is Japan's Sabbat, categorically not the UK Sabbat. Okay. And they've had their evil sounds embraced by extreme metal fans around the globe, and it's arguably the black and thrash brilliance of 1992's Evoke, which is their piece de
resistance.
Thank you. Yeah, my French is not up to par with my Italian. There is, of course, a strong Venom element to Evoke, but Sabbat were already in a league of their own and in league with Satan, ironically. Sabbath's full-length debut, Envenom, is almost the equal of this follow-up effort, but it really is Evoke which summons Sabbath's greatest demons, and is truly one of the finest black and thrash albums in existence. It goes without saying, but fans of the aforementioned Venom, Bulldozer, and early Fate, so there you go, the Hank Sherman stuff, Sodom and Destruction, who haven't heard Evoke, need to rectify that transgression immediately. And for our more extreme metal fans on Requiem, Sabbath, this stuff's awesome. And I don't even know if this stuff's like readily available on CD. I have a Sabbat CD, but it's like a comp of like some of their demo stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't have, I don't have Envenom or.
I was looking at like originals. I wasn't looking at full discographies, but that'd be cool to.
What'd this stuff go for, out of curiosity?
It's like $65. It was just too much.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I kind of cut it at with shipping. I try to keep it under 50 if I can.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's kind of too much to justify.
I almost like, I spent so much money doing like our American Thrash series because I was tracking all that stuff down that I almost purposely like not looked at all doing these like mixtape things because I'm like, it's just
there's some of these that I know that I'm gonna like, going into our Australian thing. There's one in particular that everybody will know the song before they knew the band.
Oh yeah.
I looked up, they put out a discography. And I was like, fuck, I would love to get that, but it's $75.
Jesus. I know.
Plus exactly shipping. So it's like,
yeah.
If it ever gets reissued, I'll grab it. But I just you gotta have boundaries of this shit. But like where it's a real historical milestone, I don't have a problem like pulling the trigger on a $50 record. But
yeah,
if it's just like, oh, that's kind of fun.
Yeah, it was
then if it's like $24, like Misto Disto I got for $19.99. I was like, perfect.
I have something we'll read at the end about Misto Disto. That's fun. Actually, a letter somebody wrote about our Patreon show. But nice. So like off of that record, Evoke, we've got the aforementioned Envenom Into the Witch's Hole, and this is one like that's fun. It actually starts with a kind of technically a prologue called Danse de Sabbat, so kind of like Dance Macabre type thing. Yeah. Kind of killer
piano and horror goofiness.
Yeah, for sure. And then it bleeds into this fucking evil Merciful Fate meets like destruction, like black thrash. It's really cool. I mean, this whole record, Evoke, is pretty. I mean, Evoke and Envenom, all the songs I listen to off of it are pretty fucking killer. It's kind of hard to narrow them down, but
yeah, this even has like the breakdown's like a Sodom. It's like a Sodom breakdown into a Black Sabbath riff.
Yeah. And I mean, even at the very end, I mean, just when you think it's going to like venture too far into black metal, it kind of rips back into like kind of tasty thrash grooves and sick fucking breakdowns. And at the very end, I don't know if it immediately kind of came to mind. I was trying to figure out like, who does this fucking remind me of? And it was Witchery. I was like, oh
yeah. Cause Witchery is like so Merciful Fate. Yeah. Actually, that last riff reminded me of a Morgoth riff too.
Oh, okay.
Which is somebody I've been listening to. I don't know why. When I've been mowing the lawn, I got these over-the-ear headphones, and I've got about 6 acres to mow on a big old zero-turn mower. So I got these over-the-ear, like noise-canceling headphones that I can actually listen to music on. and I was listening to Cursed like over and over.
Oh, nice. That's a good record.
So
yeah.
I don't even own it, but I was like, that was one of those bands that always kind of, I was like, yeah, they're fine.
Yeah.
But now I kind of understand the understatedness of the whole thing.
Sure. Well, and you appreciate them now when they don't have that stuff as much anymore. You know
True.
what I mean?
True.
It's like they were kind of like a dime a dozen back in like the early 90s, but now you're like, oh, they're fucking pretty good. You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, but yeah, it's definitely witchery. I can hear that in the Morgoth now that you mention that, you know, for sure. So, and if Mark, if you want a real mind fuck, go on Wikipedia and look at how many live releases fucking Sabbat has. Like
is it like Pearl Jam level or
I said they're like the Blackened Fish or like Asian Pearl Jam. It's fucking wild scrolling. I mean, it's like I need to go there now just to fucking see it. Let me see if I can.
Are these like released or are they bootlegs?
All right, you ready?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go. Live at Blokula in 95, live 666, 96, live Curse, live Kindergarten, live Devil, live Panica, Iberian Harmageddon, live Revenge, Russian Harmageddon, live Meltdown, live Nuts, live Festa, Diets Land Harmageddon, Manami Kyushu Harmageddon, live Torture, live Guana Fight, live Love Fire, live Baton Q, live Uzamaden, Gezen Slot, Valvin Slot, Eliza Vitan Slot, Nanawa T. Danan Slot, live Hamaguri Resurrection, live Undertakers, live Resurrection, live Undertakers, a different version, live Sabbatical, Hamaguri Queen, Satanas, Francon Slot, Brooklyn Blackfire, Geen Slot 96, tribute to, I mean, there's like 15 or 20 more after that. It's fucking nuts.
Iguana Fight's the one I want to hear.
Oh, the last one they put out is called Psychedelic Pounding Pain in 2008. That sounds pretty fun. Another one in 2008 is Feel Finish Fire. That's pretty good. But yeah, there's a bunch, and then the singles and EPs. There's a fucking ton of those.
You got a fan base.
Yeah, fuck, man. Yeah, they put out a single in 2006 called Icelandic and Greenlandic Demon Slot. It's fucking funny. Tons of comps, tons of split releases. It's nuts. So anyway,
like the ultimate cult band, you know.
Yeah, they've definitely got a following, you know. So I don't know if they're still putting out anything at this point, but it's certainly.
I think they're still active as far as Metal Archives was concerned, but I don't know if the last time they put anything out.
Yeah. So we move from Sabbat to the last band we'll hear in this little set list of the mixtape. It's the sophomore album titled Protest and Resistance from a band called Shellshock. And you know, it's hardly surprising that Shellshock have like more politics and crossover to them with a name like Protest and Resistance, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Definitely lots of SOD, DRI, nuclear assault kind of style in what they're sort of doing. And
Secret Reich, Bay Area.
Yep.
Like bass up front in the mix.
Yep. Definitely.
Overkill.
Yeah. Dee Verney from Overkill.
Didi's, you know, top 3, I think, thrash bass players.
Fucking incredible, man. Yeah. They showed up at number 6 in the Worship Metal, and it says, unlike many of their peers, Shellshock were a tad more orthodox in their approach to the genre, and their sophomore album, Protest and Resistance, was more than a decent stab at crossover thrash. As hard as nails, Shellshock lived up to their name by delivering rapid-fire hits of almost D-beat punk melded to an 80s thrash aesthetic. With plenty of aggro at the core of their sound, there's an obvious DRI SOD edge to their sound, which should appeal to any fans of classic 80s crossover thrash. For the most part, Protest and Resistance was a stripped-back affair, but Shellshock still dabbled in the technical and avant-garde from time to time, no more so than on the album closer, The Last Battalion, when more than a little love for Voivod shines through. Hardly essential, but still worth a listen. That's
a fair summation, I would say.
Yeah, hardly essential, but yeah, but fun. You know, yeah. That's what I kind of got out of them.
Yeah, I put like for that the second track, like thrash metal blender.
Yeah.
Except, you know, thrown in the double bass, there's like a little Megadeth breakdown, some goofy like interdimensional sounding vocals, and then some bass diarrhea. Like a good solo, nothing incredible, but cool.
Yeah, no, the bass player, Masabi Chiba, his grooves are fucking great in the Answer Technology.
For sure. He's any relation to Sonny?
Yeah, Sonny Chiba. Yeah, I hope so. That'd be cool. Yeah, my brother's
Sister
a
Street
fucking
Fighter.
tech death, band. But yeah, the first tune, Poison that we'll hear, propulsive kind of Exodus riff madness,
Yeah.
that's what stands out. The bass is amazing. I think he's kind of like the highlight for me. I love the way it intertwines with the straightforward kind of solo in Poison and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But, pretty standard crossover thrash, but I just wrote good stuff. Nothing I'd probably pay a lot of money for. I mean, if I found it like used, I'd definitely pick it up, but
Sure.
it's probably costs a shit ton of money and is super obscure at this point, but
yeah, that's a lot of this stuff.
It's kind of a fun band and kind of a nice like palate cleanse after Sabbat. It's kind of getting us back to like the more kind of normal stuff before we really go off the rails in the next set. So get all your normal catchy shit out of the way, and then we're really gonna kind of dive into some stuff because we're gonna wrap up Japan in the next set. But for that, let's hear a trio of tunes from Sabbat. Got Deathtemptation and Carcassvoice from the Envenom record from 91. And then from 1992's Evoke, we've got Envenom Into the Witch's Hole. And from Protest and Resistance, the 1991 record from Shellshock, we got Poison and The Answer of Technology.
Let's the face, with my
That was The Answer of Technology and Poison from Shellshock. And then we had a trio of tunes to start things off from Sabbat. We heard Envenom Into the Witch's Hole from Evoke, and then Carcassvoice, and started things off with Deathtemptation from both those tunes from Envenom from 91. So
not Death Evocation, Deathtemptation.
Exactly. It did remind me of that, like this sort of putting those words together, no space kind of vibe.
Yeah.
So we're gonna kind of wrap up our Japanese side A of the thrash mixtape with perhaps the peak of the scene in a lot of ways. Probably the band alongside probably Sabbat that gets like the most attention. And it's one of the bands I knew about before we did this show. Most of these bands, I didn't really know much about, but I believe Crest did a write up, and I talked about this in the Patreon show because there was a band we covered, Target, I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Who were in like Chris did a write-up in Decibel one time, like top 5 greatest like underrated like tech thrash albums of all time, and Doom was on there from Japan, and so was Target. And I just kind of looked, and I think I found them pretty cheap on online or whatever, and was like, yeah, this sounds up my alley. I like technical prog thrash kind of stuff if it's good, and usually like if Chris likes it, I'm usually into it as long as the vocals aren't too terrible.
Yeah, that's always the rub.
And and Doom gets a lot of attention, and definitely and we have also saving one other kind of diamond in the rough for the very end of this set that we'll talk about a little bit later too. But Doom's definitely a band that's had a pretty interesting career. They kind of go on well into the 90s, but by then they sort of move out of the thrash fully into like kind of the progressive era. But between 87 and 89, they're kind of in this sweet spot where they're kind of like Voivod, like Killing Technology and some of those like mid late 80s Voivod records where they're still definitely have a foot in thrash, but they're definitely like going into like weirder kind of territory and stuff.
Well, like with Killing Field is, I mean, when it first starts out, I was like, oh god, is this going to be like fucking King's X? Which they're some decent musicians, but yeah. It's just not my, like when you were like getting those like Concrete Corner tapes where you have like some really good shit and then you have that. It's like, this is not what I wanted right now. But
probably because you're older, you probably like King's X more. They're like more like
it's okay, but I don't know.
Your dad.
There's
like
a lot
Rush.
Of pondering shit.
Yeah.
I always liked Rush though. But this definitely had like this outside of like this, and I think this Gargoyle and Sabbat, I think, are the highlights.
Yeah, those are my 3 favorites as well.
And the Voivodisms and like the fretless face. There's some Tom G. Warrior moments in the song as well. There's like a weird spot, like the solo that comes right after like this little fretless bass part. It sounds like the Enslaved solo on their cover of Immigrant Song.
Holy
If
shit.
that makes any sense to
Yeah,
you.
it's a really
On like
specific
Happy Tom's
thing.
show, I watched that video a bunch of times
Okay.
because that's when they started playing that
Yeah.
live, and it like
We
fits
saw
so well
we
with
saw
them.
it
Yeah,
live. Yeah.
yeah.
No, that's a cool take. Yeah, I mean they're so eclectic, and to me they kind of like they sort of thread the needle. Like they really could be off the rails with this stuff, but everybody holds it all together and it somehow works. And I think that's one of the most impressive things about Doom in this era.
And I like that they don't. This is another one of those, like earlier on I talked about the like limited lyrics.
Uh-huh.
They have barely any lyrics,
Yeah.
which I think makes them more kind of universal because it's just like it's either like saying no or like just small little things that kind of like anybody can understand it.
Yeah,
You know,
like
you
repeat it and stuff
yeah,
like
you
that.
get the feeling, and then you get the way that the vocals are enunciated. Like it all makes sense together. It's like a silent movie, or you know um like Buster Keaton or something. Like everybody gets it.
Yeah, it communicates to like a universal audience with what they're
Exactly.
trying to do. Yep. Yeah, so not to go just a little backstory on them, I suppose, but they hail from Tokyo. They formed in '85. They released Go Mad Yourself EP in '86, and then their debut was No More Pain in '87, which we're going to hear a cut from. Um, but really starting with '88's like EP Killing Field, the band really kind of starts to evolve into one of the best tech thrash voivod worship bands in the world, not just in Japan, but definitely like they can kind of play in those like those circles, I suppose, with the watchtowers and voivods and some of those kind of bands. But don't get me wrong, I said the debut is great. No More Pain, but it's got more of a punkier kind of early voivod sort of vibe, like what you would hear on like Roar, where like they're definitely still in like the Venom kind of War and Pain, but they're starting to
Totally.
like stretch their muscles out a little bit and doing some kind of stuff. And song like Body No Body, which we're going to hear from No More Pain, I kind of point to like the future of the killing technology, era of worship. It's got wild solos, some cool bass flourishes, abstract ideas, noisy breakdowns, some avant moments and stuff. But it's still like sort of rooted in like traditional thrash and Venom kind of stuff. But like you said,
So I got to ask you something.
yeah,
Do you think Jeff Wagner's into these guys?
I have to imagine he is.
That's one of my comments. I'm like, this has to be one of those bands that I've never heard of that Jeff Wagner loves.
I wonder if that's where Chris found out about it. I
I
should
don't
have
know.
reached out to Jeff. I actually
Yeah.
didn't even look in Mean Deviations to see if there's any write-ups on Doom.
It just
Maybe
seems like one of those bands that he'd,
no, this is
worship.
completely something him and Hunter would be into for sure.
Yeah.
Not just because of the Voivod stuff, but just because they seem to be like a band that has interesting ideas, and
It's a really idiosyncratic band in a very consistent way, which a lot of the stuff he's into it's not progressive for the sake of being progressive. Like I think the stuff like really great progressive music that doesn't like get in the way. Like
yeah,
there's still great songs. Like the bass work and the stuff is incredible. It gives
yeah,
you a really just like the feel, and it's in a jazz sense. It's like it starts out with this, you know, this little a couple measures, and then it just builds and builds and builds, and it all makes sense. It's not like like something like I've never always had an issue with Dream Theater because it's
mhm,
just a lot of nothing for me to like really bite into. And like Rush, Voivod, I would throw Doom in that same kind of category.
yeah,
They're really musical, but also really it's like great choices all the time.
yeah. Sometimes I remember like buying this and then thinking it was going to be like homework. Like, okay, what are we going to get into? And then, you get to like the title track on Complicated Mind, and you're just like, oh man, it's just really good. Like it delves into weird spots, but not at the expense of the songwriting. And that's always pretty cool. That's hard to
Yeah,
pull off. Read
I
that
think
deep.
that's the true test of like a great band. Like I think going back to Faith No More, Unreal thing, they did all this weird progressive weird shit, but they still had really good songs,
Yeah.
and they had hooks, and
Even on
you
Angel
remembered
Dust and
stuff.
stuff, there's
Yeah.
still like weird ideas, but like there's just great choruses built in, in
Hmm.
certain spots. I think the weirdest, most off the rails that Doom gets is the EP. And, that's what EPs are for, right? To like flex your muscles and try like weird ideas. And I think, Killing Field, that's the title track you'll hear. I mean, you got a lot of dissonant chords going, which is cool. And that's obviously something, Voivod and other sort of bands will do. But I think Killing Field out of the set is probably the hardest listen of all these songs. But you can see
that kind of like percussive, like beat you over the head thing is, man, it's got to be punctuated in certain ways. Otherwise, I'm just like, I check out immediately.
Yeah, yeah. But I think what holds it together is, like not just the dissonant chords, but like Cole Murata, and we need to like shout him out. Like he kind of levels up into like this like bass god figure for the scene.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's like aping bands like Watchtower and definitely Steve DiGiorgio, who people associate with like the fretless bass and metal, extreme metal. And that fucking bass explosion at the end of Killing Field is fucking awesome. It's like,
yeah,
it's worth all the dissonance and all the like kind of abstract things that are kind of coming at you and maybe unsettling you a bit, because you get these like release moments that are pretty cool. And then we really get from Killing Field, we get to their masterpiece, really probably one of the masterpieces of sort of progressive thrash in general, not just in Japan, but that's 1988's Complicated Mind. It made it to number one on the top 10 Japan worship metal sort of list.
Nice. This is one I tried to buy and it was too expensive.
Too expensive. I found it on CD at the time.
Okay.
Vinyl, I couldn't be in Italia. But here's what they had to say as coming in at number one here. It says, at this stage in their formidable career, Doom were defiantly daring Voivod to go weirder, and were ably conjuring up the same kind of dissonant, off-kilter melodies and warped ideas as Canada's favorite sons. That's not to say that Doom were ripping off Piggy and Snake and company wholesale, but you could throw Complicated Mind's title track onto Killing Technology, and no one would have batted an eyelid. Still, inevitable comparisons with the Voivod aside, Doom were their own beast, and 1988's Complicated Mind remains one of the greatest achievements. With Koa Murata's incredible fretless bass work drawing comparisons with the genius that is Steve DiGiorgio, and the tightly wound futuristic riffing of Takashi Fujita, blindsiding all but the most dedicated progressive thrash enthusiasts, it's crystal clear that Doom have always been a very special band. Highly intricate and telepathically linked, the minds behind Complicated Mind were operating on a different sphere to us mere mortals, and this progressive thrash masterclass still resonates today. So, well said.
Yeah, absolutely.
The album's a little less experimental than the EP was. It's reined in a little bit from Killing Field, but it's probably their last venture with a footing that's like still rooted in thrash. I did listen to a couple things past it, and it's good. It's just like, if you're into like really progressive stuff, like keep going with Doom. But, in terms of like what we're doing for this episode, this just seemed like a natural sort of place to stop. But
yeah, that was, I think Complicated Mind kind of summed up.
Yeah.
It was like the penultimate of them at that time.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
So are you ready to take a drink?
Oh, sure. Yeah. What we got? Go ahead.
So for Bright Light, it starts out with this Motorhead kind of pace.
Okay.
And gets into some Voivod.
Yeah.
And then there's a dead break into a Paradise Lost riff.
Now, I didn't pull Paradise Lost out, but I mean, I'm not saying I couldn't, but the band that I kind of anchored to that probably is a band that is shared by both was Killing Joke. So like,
yeah,
there's a little bit of that, which I think is probably
Killing Joke or fucking Roxy Music, or like there's that that very kind of like sorrowful repeated riff.
Yeah. Yeah, it's weird. The one thing that's always like running through these three songs we're gonna hear is like, even though they're technical and there's a progressive edge, there are also like moments where they're really rooted in really emotive like blues kind of bass stuff.
They're classic power trio.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting, because sometimes you get like, I don't know, like I like Watchtower. They're really interesting and stuff, but like a lot of it's like it doesn't have I'm trying to think of, for lack of better words, like the soul part of it, I don't know. It's like homeworky sometimes to listen to, and it's cool.
I think so. Yeah, it's interesting, but like you want to have something that's like, you don't have to, I don't know, like you feel it. You don't have to think about it.
Feel. And that's maybe like the Paradise Lost kind of part that you're kind of grabbing onto, and yeah, I'll have to go back
because Greg's guitars are always about the feel. It's never about trying to like, I don't know, trying to make some type of intellectual comparison to something, or it's just always about when you hear it, you're like, I know what that means.
Well, and it's what I like about like a Voivod or a Coroner, because like there's
a lot of Coroner stuff coming up too.
Yeah, there's definitely some Coroner kind of things. But yeah, I just really cool boogie thrash riffs in Bright Light as well. Koa on vocals is a little more reined in at times. But this incredible emotive solo, is that the solo you're kind of talking about? That's like kind of Paradise Losty.
I think so. Yeah, it was just like it just sounded like something off like Blood and Chaos or something on one of the newer records.
I didn't mean Koa. Sorry, Koa is the bass player, and Koa is a little more reined in with some of the stuff he's doing on bass, but still really tasty. And he really like in that solo, he's like weaving around the edges, and that solo mixed with what Koa is doing on the outside of the solo is like one of the real highlights of the album and the scene. And it's like it's this and like I think the title track are my two favorite Doom tunes.
It kind of slows to a crawl toward the end there.
Yeah, but I mean, Complicated Mind, the title track next after Bright Light, definitely could fall in Killing Technology or Dimension Hatros from Voivod for sure. But this is a headbanger. It's good. It's got jilting kind of rhythms and grooves and riffery that's associated with tech and prog. But I said the part I love about their style is this integration, like I said, the bluesy swagger that's evident in the solos and stuff.
You know who it reminds me of is Keelhaul.
Oh, yeah, that's a good call on that one.
Because Keelhaul is super proggy and techy, but they're also
jilty.
Fucking groove.
Yeah, there's a jiltiness to them, but yet it's always this groove fucking locked in. Yeah, that's a really good call. Huh. That's weird. I have no idea who influenced Keelhaul. Like, I doubt they know these guys, but it also wouldn't surprise me if they're like, oh, yeah, we know them. Or something. I don't who fucking
They're
knows?
Just like, I don't these guys also seem like Doom, like they're guys that just play really well together. Like somebody starts something and then they just kind of escalate and then it becomes a song like Rush. Like, Geddy throws down a fucking bass line and then Alex comes in and Neil does his thing. And like that the Keelhaul is not a power trio, but they have that mentality of a power trio that really kind of locked in, just players that really work well together.
There's almost like a jazz quality to Keelhaul too. Like they're always like playing off each other and really locked in with each other. When you
like most of their songs could go on for 30 minutes and nobody's gonna like complain.
And a lot of instrumental stuff that you're just like banging your head to and it just feels good. Yeah, it's interesting. Like I guess I never thought about like power trios. I mean, Rush obviously is iconic, but like most prog stuff is not you need more instruments. You know what I mean?
It's true.
And so like it's cool to hear like really competent power trio bands that are able to like fill in all the color with just three instruments, and three guys.
I'm sure there's some like studio stuff happening as well, but I think that's like really knowing like with Rush, I think is the perfect example where everybody inhabits their instrument to the fullest, or if they need to like back off for a song, they do. Like it's all in service of the music and not about this guy's got to get his solo in. So like,
well, there's like a less is more when you're only a power trio, and it
exactly
cuts some of the fat out. I mean, you could have a keyboard player and all this other bullshit.
Well, and Geddy just doesn't do as much bass when he does keyboard stuff.
Yeah. But I'm just thinking like your Dream Theaters or some of those bands that have like four.
Yeah, like those guys are fine. They're good players, but it doesn't do anything that interests me. It doesn't like grab me at all.
Yep.
And this stuff I feel when I hear it, which is I think what you want in music.
Yeah. And speaking of like stuff like a Killing Technology from Voivod, like Slave of Heaven or Slave to Heaven, sorry, has a lot of that feel with also some like cool kind of psychedelia elements that sort of poke out at times. Fujita, who is the guitar player, he's the vocalist. Sorry, I'm getting him wrong. He's just really inspired vocally, as he is. He's also the guitar player. Of course, they're power trio. That's why I'm like confusing myself. But yeah, like he's just as inspired vocally as he is on guitar, and he has another drop dead fucking solo that moves into this like cool dissonant thing before he like goes back into the theme in Slave to Heaven. It's cool. I mean, it's not as great as the last two songs, but like it's Complicated Mind. There's not really a weak track on it, and definitely if you could track it down, maybe not on vinyl, as you said, but
Yeah, if you live in another country, maybe. But
yeah, maybe. But
I think this also for being like, 1989. It sounds very modern in production. It almost reminds me of like one of the more modern Baroness records. To where it's like really like Baroness, or even like like mid 2000s Kylesa, like this kind of like that kind of vibe.
Who was doing the production? Wasn't the same guy producing a lot of that stuff?
I'm not sure now. I don't remember.
That, what's
I've talked about those bands in forever.
It was a Pig Destroyer guy, was it? Scott?
Scott Hall? No, he's usually mastering. I'm not sure.
Okay.
But like the last couple Baroness records I don't dislike them, but I don't like go out of my way to listen to them. They're they sound good, and they're doing. My problem with early Baroness is that all of his vocals sounded the same. It was all this kind of yelly thing, and now he's doing more interesting shit. But like that kind of sludgy, undulating riff, I can kind of like see the parallels between them and Baroness.
Yeah, it's a good pull. I wouldn't have even.
I listened to a couple of the new. So I drew Baroness for Decibel, I think last month. So I listened to a couple of the songs, and I was like,
they were like,
it's fine. Yeah, it's like I'm glad they're like pushing the boundaries a little bit, and everything's not sounding the same. But I remember like the Red and the Blue era, like I saw them multiple times.
Yeah, we saw them a bunch. I remember,
and it was always good, but it didn't like there was just something like I wish there was like Mastodon had that X Factor, Keel Hall had that X Factor, Converge. They're always like almost too like not mainstream, but too easily accessible. I think maybe. Like I knew a lot of people that weren't really into heavy music that liked them and
dug them. Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's just something a little like not my speed or something.
Blue record a lot. I remember. And I liked some of the stuff past it, like songs here and there, but I don't put a lot of dedicated Baroness on, these days.
Yeah, so. And like the new drummer is great. The back and forth. There's like Baisley and the female singer goes back and forth pretty good together, and not cool. In a way that's not like predictable.
Okay.
So it's interesting to check out, but it's not like I'm not going to buy the stuff. I don't really care, but it's good to see that stuff still progressing. People still care about it, I guess. But I kind of got that vibe from some of that later Doom stuff.
Yeah. Speaking of interesting, the vocal stuff, not to go on a side note, but have you spent much time with that new Horrendous?
I have. I was listening to it on Lawnmower and I couldn't hear anything.
Okay.
And then I got sucked into the new Marduk record and then that Blood Incantation EP.
Yeah, I haven't spent much time with those two. I really got in the Horrendous. Yeah, it's good. So some cool ideas vocally. I was playing it for Luke, one of our patrons, Luke Walker.
Mm-hmm.
And he had he lived in Taiwan before Horrendous came out, and Horrendous never came up in our conversations. So he's like, wait, who? Like he's completely like missed the Horrendous. He knew Tribulation. He knew some of these bands that were out right before he left overseas, but because he like was sort of like off the radar, unless I brought it up, and it just never came up in our conversations because he couldn't get Decibel delivered to him over in Taiwan. So like he was just like in this like vacuum. So like I went back through and played him Anarata and some other stuff, and he's like, "Holy shit, this is like everything I love." I'm like, "Yep."
Well, and they sound as good live, which is
yeah,
since like I'm trying to think what the year was where that started to happen, but like seeing like Tribulation and we're seeing Marduk at is at Blondie's. And they actually sounded incredible. It's because they figured out how to dial all this stuff in finally after forever. No matter how shitty the venue, like they could really get this, lock that sound in.
Yeah.
But I remember seeing Horrendous at what did they play with? What the fuck did they play with?
Did we see him with Tribulation once?
I don't know if they're with Tribulation or if wouldn't have been Converge, I don't think. Yeah. But I remember talking to the new bass player. It was at the what's that place down in Mexican Town in Detroit?
Yeah, it was the L Club.
L Club.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they were incredible.
No, it was Tribulation. I remember.
Was it Tribulation?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was like that might be the last time I saw them. But they were always we saw them at a Decibel Fest.
Decibel Fest, yeah. They were great there too.
They're always just fucking incredible live. And they're always one of those bands that I listen to a bunch and then I forget. And then when they have a new record comes out, I get it about 2 months later. And I was like, why didn't I listen to this since
it's worth a listen, is what I'm saying. Yeah, I kind of like I haven't put a lot of records on continuously, but that one's pretty fucking awesome. That and the Black Braid are kind of two of the things I've listened to a lot lately. But I knew that Blood Incantation came out. I just didn't get a chance to listen to it much. Same with Marduk. I got to be in the right.
You got to be in the Marduk's like brutal, but like I think I like the way they're going not theatrically, not cinematically. What is my word? The whole aesthetically, the whole idea around this record, it's got it's a white and black cover, mostly white. I'm guessing somebody's parents or a loved one died. Lyrically is how a lot of this feels. It's just like an interesting take on black metal that's not really ever been done before. Just about mortality. Really good lyrics. Most of it's all written by Mortis.
Oh, okay.
So like Morgan I think he contributed 2 lyrics to the whole thing. So it's all Funeral Misty kind of vibes. But I always they always come out of left field with whatever they're going to do. Like Victoria, or is it Victoria?
I think Victoria. Yeah.
Yeah. Where it starts out with that werewolf track that has the fucking like cheerleader vocals and stuff on it. I was like, keep it coming, man. I love how crazy they've changed since like early 2000s, like they've always been a band in flux. So they're really, I remember that first episode we did on Marduk when I was living in Ann Arbor, and I listened to their shit for a day and a half straight and my head hurt.
Yeah.
But it was like satisfying, but it was like,
stuff was like, just
oh my God. Yeah. But yeah, as soon as like the bass production, everything is like, I don't know, like the whole modern aesthetic of some black metal now is just incredible.
Yeah, it's a good one. So, but so back to Japanese thrash. Here we go. But
we're known for our sidebars.
Yeah. But we've got one other tune we'll talk about when we come back. Not from Doom, but from the final band we're gonna play from Japan called Death Blow. But we'll, like I said, chat about them when we come back. So we've got quite a few Doom songs here. We've got from their debut 1987's No More Pain. We've got Body No Body to kick things off. Then Killing Field, the title track from the EP from 88. Then a trio of tunes from Complicated Mind from 1989. Bright Light, Complicated Mind, and Slave to Heaven. And then we're going to end with a tune called Negotiator from Meaningless Propaganda, the Death Blow record from 1991.
No
that was Negotiator from Deathblow from Meaningless Propaganda in 1991. Then we had a trio of tunes from Doom, Bright Light, Complicated Mind, and Slave to Heaven from that record. Then we started off with a pair of Doom tunes from their first two releases, Body No Body, and then Killing Field. Not the Slayer song, right, Mark?
No, there'd be an S on it.
Yes, with Paul Bostoff introducing himself with that fucking great little drum little part.
He was trying pretty hard and he did a good job.
He was doing
He had
awesome.
some big shoes to fill, and he got some big boots to do that record.
I feel like people missed out on our little side conversation we were just having about, like, every time I hear about Deathblow, I think of fucking shitty Image Comics Deathblow, and then we got
Jim Lee, doing his black and white little homage to blatant ripoff of Frank Miller.
Is that what it was? Okay.
Yeah, because Deathblow is I don't know. Jim Lee he's a fine draftsman. He's never been good with spatial shading or anything like that. Like Frank Miller, that was the whole point of the Sin City stuff, where he went high contrast black and white. Is you squint your eye and you don't have any shading. It's either black or it's white. And Jim Lee just did not understand any of that, and had the story was terrible. He's not a good writer either. He was good for I think for an X-Men artist.
Yo, he was fantastic
but as far as like a writer create, like any of his personal stuff is kind of not personal. It's solo stuff. Personal is too strong of a word for
Wildcats.
Wildcats. That's another acronym.
Yeah.
Something action team, covert action team.
Okay.
All kinds of bullshit facts to throw out for you about my era of comics where I got fed up.
Well, I was getting Deathblow confused with Bloodshot from Valiant, who had the big red fucking like.
Was he an assassin?
I think so. So that's why I was thinking like it was an assassin character. And then you were like, mentioned the Rob Liefeld fucking
Blood Wolf.
Yeah. Oh God. Who I vaguely remember, but yeah, it was like a ripoff of Lobo and shit.
Yeah. He was like a space assassin.
Yeah. Whew. All right. Well, anyways, that's what we got. Deathblow. But as we leave behind Japan and start to go to Thrash Down Under on the Australia side, this album came in at number 5, this Meaningless Propaganda record, and it's from 91, and it says beautifully executed acoustic intro, check. Ferocious opening track, check. Mildly diverting mellow breaks between the hardcore thrashing, also check. Baffling concept based on the Lebanese Civil War, check. So that's
this is
right.
Not the only Lebanon song we have.
How fucking crazy is that? There's some serendipity there. I didn't plan.
Is there members that are of that descent or family, or is that just something
I don't know, because one's Japan and one's in Australia, so who fucking knows? Like, yeah,
it's true. Australia has a lot of transplants too, but
one's written in 87, one's written in 91. So it's like, I mean, yeah, there was a war in Lebanon in the 80s that was kind of a big deal, but wow. Says that's right. Deathblow's mildly technical debut album has a concept so absurdly bewildering that you could be forgiven for looking past the fact that they generally follow the de rigueur rules of thrash to the letter, which is no bad thing. Deathblow were a decent, if somewhat unremarkable thrash act with just enough variances to their style to maintain attention. And the likes of their multifaceted, the distorted cymbal, and the epic chug of the ludicrously titled Seventh Angel Blows a Bugle are worthy of merit. Perhaps Meaningless Propaganda should have been jettisoned in favor of a Jurassic Jade album, but for now, we're sticking with it. The crazy concept alone is worth checking out for. I think Jurassic Jade was another Japanese thrash band or whatever, but I thought what it reminded me of is kind of like a weird. They're from Tokyo. It's their only release. It's kind of weird. It's like a one and done kind of band.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of reminded me of like the kitchen sink approach that like Flotsam and Jetsam took, like on Doomsday for the Deceiver, or even like Cyclone Temple or some of those kind of things, which those are two bands we covered in our American thrash journey and stuff. But lots of crazy ideas, which is endearing, but like not all of them necessarily like kind of come together.
A lot of like raw, off kilter, cool, weird riffs, some more James vocal inspiration. Yeah. But yeah, it's kind of all over the place.
Yeah, it's tough. It's also tough to lay out a thrash debut in 91. Like you're a little late to the game at that point.
I feel like that's kind of the closing bell for thrash.
Yeah. Especially, I mean, if you're established, you could survive, but like for you, like actually come out the gates and still be kind of fairly traditional. If you're gonna come out the gates in '91, you better be like proto death. Like you
Or
better
just
be.
a straight up death metal band at that
Yeah,
point.
yeah,
Which
exactly.
some of the bands coming up are pretty much death
Oh,
metal bands.
yeah, for sure. And it's funny that they were covered. One of the reasons I decided to highlight them is because they were covered in the write up on Australian thrash. But there is like a fine line between proto death and thrash. And I mean, even you listen to like Scream Bloody Gore, it's pretty thrashy, and obviously,
For sure. I mean, the vocals are really what push that aside.
Yep.
But like the term thrash, I've known a lot of like younger people that have a completely different idea of thrash than I do.
Uh-huh.
And I always equate thrash with palm muting.
Yeah.
If that's not in it, it's not catchy. It's not fast. I don't feel like it's thrash. If it's too technical, like as far like too flashy of solos, like where it's more like a hard, like a heavy metal kind of thing going on. Like I don't know. I don't think there's really like a concrete definition. It
Yeah.
just comes down to like our own kind of personal definitions of the stuff. But
I guess I
yeah,
wonder what Requiem fans think about that. Like,
yeah.
if you
What's
ever.
your personal definition of thrash metal?
Yeah.
Because that's kind of the first extreme music I ever heard. So I have like very definite ideas of what I think it is.
Yeah. Hmm. Interesting. Good question to leave
Yeah.
leave on as we leave the island of Japan and head down under to another island
Prison
nation.
colony. Let's go.
Prison colony. Yeah, exactly. So we had to side B for the thrash down under, and we start with two bands that had a toe, I think, in extreme metal for sure, but had a massive international influence, especially in the underground.
Yeah.
Both Slaughterlord and Sadistic Execution were kind of pioneers in the scene, had massive influences on black and death metal at the gates. We'll get to that in a second.
Mm-hmm.
They're DIY in their approach, and Sadistic Execution like push boundaries of like shock rock tactics and kind of pretty weird theatrical live shows and stuff. But I guess if you're talking, I didn't go too deep into this with Japan, but I kind of got thinking about this with Australia. If you trace Australians metal scene back, you can go back to like bands like Buffalo that were kind
Mm-hmm.
of in the metal sort of thing. And then obviously they would be kind of maybe the equivalent of like Japan's Flower Traveling Band in terms of like the anchor kind of band that got maybe people into heavier stuff that was from Australia. Certainly your AC/DC, Rose Tattoo, Heaven, they were kind of pioneers in hard rock and stuff. But then you kind of start to grow more towards the stuff that starts arriving, in the mid '80s. That's really where a lot of the stuff sort of breaks through with stuff that Nothing Sacred's going to be doing, and even like Sadistic Execution and Slaughterlord got their starts in the kind of the mid '80s and stuff. But yeah, I wanted to share this before we go into Slaughterlord because Mortal Sin, who we're going to be talking about a little bit later, they have these badass reissues that just came out a couple years ago that I picked up, and they've got really good essays that we'll be sharing later from Malcolm Dome.
Mm-hmm. Nice. Rest in peace.
Yeah, R.I.P. I mean, these are written in August 2021, so like, I mean, near.
But I think he died last year, right?
Yeah, so I mean, relatively late in the game for him, but in the back of both of them, the drummer from Mortal Sin, who we'll be talking about later, he kind of writes this like kind of personal narratives of stuff. And I thought the one that's on Mayhemic Destruction, which is their debut from Mortal Sin.
Is Mayhemic really a word?
I don't know, but I like it.
I love it.
Cool fucking word. But it's cool because he really sets the context for, I think, the Australian scene a little bit with this. And I figured, even though I could wait to share these with till we get to the Mortal Sin stuff, but he's got two of these, so I'll share the other one for Face of Despair when we get later on. But this one's more about just Australia and what it was like to be a young metalhead in the early '80s, and so I thought it was kind of cool.
Was Malcolm Dome Australian?
No, he's British, but
okay.
he got like assigned to do these reissues all the time. Kind of like Chris, he's kind of like the go-to guy. I think we read the last time we talked about Malcolm Dome was probably in those Venom episodes because I read he did the write-ups and the reissues on some of those. But yeah, so here's the drummer from Mortal Sin, probably one of the anchor, thrash bands of the whole Australian scene. But he says, the year is 1982, and Iron Maiden have just released their third album, Number of the Beast. I was a 16-year-old burgeoning music fan searching for whatever I could find that struck a chord and wasn't mainstream. An English friend of mine was introducing me to various bands from the new romantic and post-punk scenes. Some of it I like, some of it I didn't like, and some of it I loved, like early U2, Talk Talk, Flock of Seagulls, some of the Jam, and Susie and the Banshees. But nothing would affect me like seeing Iron Maiden and Run to the Hills on one of the music shows that we would voraciously watch. I was instantly hooked. My initiation in the world of metal was born, and it was to become the complete and utter focus of my life for the next decade. I immediately went about looking for the heaviest and most metal bands I could find. I got some Sabbath and Deep Purple and whatever is available from our small local record store in Bloxland, a small town in the Blue Mountains, 100 kilometers west of Sydney. Now, Mark, let me tell you a story about the Blue Mountains because I have an interesting story. We nearly, with a group of students, got lost in the Blue Mountains and had to call like a helicopter to like save us because
Jesus.
we took like a tram thing down to the bottom of the Blue Mountain, and they basically are like, oh, there's some like walking decks that you can like go to that are like, you can do like a little 15-minute walk this way, a little 15-minute this way, and then take the tram back up to the top of the mountain, and we'll meet up there like in an hour. That's what like our group person, like the tour guide kind of told us.
Yeah.
And he did mention, he goes, there is like a trail you can walk that like will take you all the way up to where the tram came from at the top of the mountain, but it takes like 45 minutes or whatever, and that sort of thing. Well, our group of students, we had these really like athletically minded students are like, let's fucking walk this thing. So like we decided to like do this, and
This is like a Sleeping Bear Dunes thing on steroids.
it's kind of insane. Yeah. And basically we started like climbing these like, just like groups of steps and all these like crazy ladders and shit like that. And we kept seeing people that were going the other way. We didn't see anybody who was going our way. And we'd be like, does this take you up to the top? Like where this tram thing is? And people would kind of give us like cryptic answers and shit. And at one point, like Mark Carlson, the guy I teach with, he was just like, fucking leave me here. I can't go any further. Like, I just can't do it. Blah, blah. Like we were negotiating, like it was a shit show. And when we got to the fucking top, we finally made it. And it took us like a full hour to like, of just like hiking straight up. And people were beat the fuck. And our tour guy was like, where'd you guys come from? We're like, oh, we walked the mountain. He goes, you walked the fucking mountain? He's like, I've been leading tours for like 15 years. He's like, you're the only group of people I've ever met that have just done that. We're like, oh shit. So anyways, there's my Blue Mountain story. So nice. Yeah, I know where the Blue Mountains are. They are near Sydney. He says, it was about this time I met Mick Burke at school. He was also into metal and played guitar. Mick and myself would go on to form Slaughterlord, Australia's first extreme thrash death metal band. We would also go on to play together in Mortal Sin. Mick introduced me to Ozzy Osbourne, Judas Priest, Van Halen, and one of my all-time favorite albums, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath. We not only became best friends, but went about the impossible task of forming a metal band in the small town in Australia in the early 80s. Our dreams were big, and I couldn't even play drums properly yet. We needed big dreams. Mick then introduced me to an older guy he knew called Neville Reynolds, who is an awesome guitarist and a metal fan, and coincidentally would also go on to play a few shows with Mortal Sin and do some tech work. Neville introduced me to Witchfinder General, Tank, Jaguar, and the like, and of course, the mighty Venom. 1983, Def Leppard Pyromania was a big album for us, and they toured Australia. An international metal band touring Australia was rare in those times. We had seen Maiden on the Number of the Beast tour, which had cemented in my mind that the only thing in life I was going to put my time and energy into was being a band and making it. And we all used to call it, as we all used to call it. It was at this Def Leppard show I would meet Wayne Campbell, is Wayne Campbell Wayne? That's Wayne from Wayne's World's name.
Huh. Is it?
Yeah, he's Wayne Campbell. I'm pretty sure. That's fun.
Party on, Garth.
Yeah. Party Hard. Yeah. Mortal Sin's original drummer, who appears on these two albums. He had a homemade Dio back patch of the Holy Diver album on his battle jacket, and we clicked straight away. It was at this Def Leppard show and a Motorhead show the same year that many new friendships were formed, and from this collective, many of Sydney's first extreme metal bands would be formed. We met people who would not only play in early incarnations of Slaughterlord, but would go on to form bands like Sadistic Execution, Massive Appendage, Starlet, who were more glam than extreme, and Addictive, of which both guitarists Joe Bootgag and Mick Sultana would play in future lineups of Mortal Sin. The Sydney scene had started. When I say the scene had started, I mean that in the sense of thrash and death metal. There was already a Sydney metal scene with bands like Boss, Lightning Rock, and Tyrant, who had played more traditional form of metal. We were completely into thrash by this time, and we would arrogantly plot how we would destroy them and crush them with our brutal music. They laughed at us, but we laughed last as we did exactly that. The first thrash show in Sydney was a private affair with Slaughter Lord and Mortal Sin playing together in a local hall in Blacktown. This was put on by ourselves and attended by our friends. Slaughter Lord then played Paddington Town Hall, February of '86, supporting two local traditional metal bands, Axe Attack and Lotus, in front of a crowd of 1,000 people. Less than a year later, in a few lineup changes, we changed our singer and had Toby Knoll, our bass player, take on vocal duties, and our guitarist Sandy Baldani went on to join Sadistic Execution and record their debut album, The Magus. Anton Vasquez was hired to replace Sandy. Slaughter Lord then headlined Paddington Town Hall that same year with Mortal Sin and Mass Appeal, a local well-known punk band, in support. Mortal Sin and Slaughter Lord were both rehearsing at the same studio at this time, the infamous Party Pig Studios. It was run by a fellow named Bill Pig, who is the crazy cat playing the interviewer in the Mortal Sin VHS release Face of Mayhem. I was also living with Wayne in a caravan, and we lived and breathed metal. From this caravan is where I got Slaughter Lord known to the international underground. I sent hundreds of copies of our demo Taste of Blood to fanzines, including the infamous Slayer mag. Even Maniac, who went on to sing for Mayhem, had a fanzine at the time called Damage Incorporated. Slaughter Lord was very well known in the international underground, whereas Mortal Sin were not. The recognition came later through mainstream magazines like Metal Forces, mainly through Bernard Doe, who gave their debut album Mayhemic Destruction a 99 out of 100 review. This set the stage for Mortal Sin to become recognized outside of Australia and eventually secure them their major record deal. Mortal Sin and Slaughter Lord then embarked on a small tour in Melbourne in 1987 and played our first interstate shows. Slaughter Lord would not last much longer and eventually split up, and that is when Mortal Sin saw their opportunity to up the ante in the ranks, and they immediately fired their current guitarist Keith Kristen and hired Mick Burke. This, in my opinion, is when they really became a force to be reckoned with. Mick added a real sense of maturity and skill to the songs, and from this collaboration came the album Face of Despair. I can still remember vividly going to Party Pig to watch a rehearsal and was thoroughly impressed with their new songs and style. A lot happened quite quickly after the Metal Forces review, and in what seemed overnight, they had an international record deal and would soon be recording their follow-up album Face of Despair with producer Randy Burns, who had worked with Death, Creator, Possessed, Dark Angel, and Megadeth's Peace Sells. This was a big deal, and as much as I was quite depressed at the demise of Slaughter Lord, and no longer being in a band myself, I was proud of an Australian thrash band had become known internationally. It was gaining praise and recognition. 1988 and Mortal Sin were becoming the metal band in the Sydney scene. They were doing shows all over the country and rehearsing and writing for their second album. So I'll kind of stop there. But that was cool because it kind of connected like dots a little bit of where like Slaughter Lord and Sadistic Execution kind of start to weave into this narrative of, I guess, Australian thrash or extreme music and stuff, you know, that there was a lot of membership between a lot of these guys, you know. But yeah, Slaughter Lord was formed in Sydney in '85 by Anton Vomit on guitar and Steve Hughes, who we just heard of, on drums. Then they added Jason Fuller on bass. And Jason Fuller ended up playing bass for a band you are familiar with, Mark, called Blood Duster.
I did one of their designs for Relapse.
Yeah, it's like
I don't remember the record. The hell was it called?
Was it Yeast or something like that?
It might have been. Yeah, it had like a diseased penis on the back of it.
Classic first record to do for your entryway into Relapse.
I remember the art director was like, hey, here's some stuff for you to do. It's like, oh, cool, Atrax Morgan, you know, Pike, like all this stuff I didn't give a shit about. Then I got to do a little bit of stuff with Neurosis, and what I really wanted to work on is the Amorphous records.
Yeah, I bet.
But I never really did. So
how was Blood Duster? Were they grind?
Yeah, they were good.
Okay.
I haven't listened to them in a year, but it was like, you know, like more of a goofy, pungent, stenchy kind of vibe. But the records weren't bad. It was just, I was like, oh, this is what I get to design. But you know, it's better than working at Walmart or something.
Hey, got to start somewhere, right?
That was 27 years ago, Jason.
Yeah, I know. Jesus Christ. Yeah, and then they had a guy named Joe DeMonte on vocals. And you know, 2 demos, but they were both huge in the underground. Taste of Blood in '86 and Demonic Invocation '87. And then there's a comp that came out in 2000 called Thrash Till Death that collects them. And is that what you sort of looked into trying to pick up
Yeah,
that comp?
it was a solid $100.
Jesus.
But I was like, God, that fucking Legion is such a. I haven't honestly listened to much of the other stuff.
Yeah.
Legion is so good, I would almost buy it for that
Oh,
much.
just for that. I mean, you got to imagine like in 87, this was,
I mean, it's like more raw Slayer.
yeah, yeah, for
So
sure.
it's like, and then like after hearing the song and then hearing how At the Gates like went through and forensically kind of figured out how to play it
Yeah.
and make sense out of it because it's kind of chaotic.
Oh,
But
it's a
I
lot.
think by knowing the At the Gates version, like you see like the kind of raw brilliance in it.
Yeah. And it's funny when I first put this show together, I didn't even have them on here because they're not mentioned in the Australian top 10, thrash albums or whatever, because it maybe doesn't qualify. This and Sadistic Execution are questionable over whether they're, there's thrash elements to them, but
It's where they came from. It kind of makes
yeah,
sense in a historical aspect.
exactly. I figure it's a, sneaky way to get, when are we going to talk about Slaughter Lord again? You know what I mean? I was
Yeah.
like, this is a perfect kind of launching pad if you talk about the history of the Australian scene a little, but yeah, I mean, I've known that At the Gates version from the Curse to Tour split with Napalm Death for years.
Was
And
that 97?
yeah, that was
96?
right as they broke up. That was I think my birthday, around my birthday. Fourth, no, it was 4th of July because I have the frame poster, the tour poster signed by some of the guys, and that's when I met Barney and all those guys, and we were on Napalm's tour bus hanging with them and went to Wendy's with Martin.
That was
Uh,
a great like split. That's one of the great like modern or like bigger band split EPs that ever came out, I think.
yeah, it's a really wild
Like
sort of
Curse to
split.
Crawl was a great song, the Napalm song.
Yeah.
I've still got the slimline promo inside of one of my versions of Slaughter of the Soul.
Yeah, I think same for me. Mine's actually still signed by a couple guys in the band. I can't remember who signed it, but
That's awesome.
but yeah, but I mean, you hear their version of Legion, and it's like so tight, and
Oh god,
obviously,
it's like incredible. It's just so it's like more Slayer than Slayer. It's so fucking good.
yeah, god damn. I we used to listen to it all the time, and I didn't know. I thought originally it was just like an At the Gates song, and I think it was Chris or somebody's like, no, it's a cover, and I never really knew anything about the original. I mean, this pre-internet, or well, not
Yeah.
pre-internet, pre-YouTube or anything like that. But you know,
Well,
you just
before internet was like, Metal Archives and
it was useful.
Wikipedia had stuff for
So, it's kind of a shock to hear this incredibly raw, but still like vital, demo original. But I mean, you kind of throw Slayer, kind of Infernal Majesty, Dark Angel, like you kind of throw them into like a little vat and you kind of get like Slaughter Lord is definitely what's kind of coming out of that. But some German thrash I'd throw in there too was
Oh,
probably
totally.
but so much musical potential. I mean, it would have been really interesting to see what would happen to a group like this if they'd stayed together, because you can obviously hear like the ideas are creative as fuck. But
Yeah.
I mean, for 87, this is almost as heavy as Scream Bloody Gore. I mean, it's not
Oh,
that
I think so.
from what's kind of going on there. So I mean, people that got this demo had to be like, fuck, like what's going on down in Australia. And then to know that they just kind of broke up after this kind of sucks, but
Yeah, but they went on to do other stuff too.
yeah, that's true, so in that Terrorizer international thrash, global thrash, or whatever, they kind of start with kind of talking a little bit about this. It says the early years of the Australian realm of thrash can be narrowed down to a few bands: Slaughter Lord, who came together in '85; Sadistic Execution, who formed in '86; and Hobbs Angel of Death. Of these, it was the latter that achieved a record deal, with their self-titled album being released on Steamhammer in '87, although Slaughter Lord released two influential demos, a track from which was covered by At the Gates, that was later released by the Irish label Invictus, while the Sadistic ones are still causing trouble today. And then they kind of start to talk about Mortal Sin after that. But that was kind of interesting. And then there's another part on the next page where they kind of give a little bit more on Slaughter Lord. They say proponents of Australian thrash in the 80s were seemingly destined forever to remain small-scale underground cult acts, rarely attaining anything other than local hero status, while Hobbs Angel of Death and Mortal Sin made considerable international impact and Strike Master and Stonehenge didn't. I don't know either of those bands.
Strike Master.
Yeah, Strike. Slaughterlord were perhaps the best example of prime cult thrash from down under. Though they split in '87 without recording a full album, the band was a fertile spawning ground for the Antipodean underground, various members going on to Sadistic Execution, Nazgul, and others. This quartet's proto-Black Death savagery also proved clandestinely influential outside their home country, not least to At the Gates, who famously covered Slaughterlord's Legion. A 1999 Invictus Records compilation, a demo, Thrash to Death, compiled together Slaughterlord's surviving recorded legacy. So, yeah, it's all she wrote, you know. But
it's unfortunate. Yeah. But I realized why, you know, they didn't get the, you know, Hobbs was the more traditional of all three.
Yeah,
it makes a lot of sense that why they actually got a deal.
Yeah,
Slaughterlord was too on the edge of, like, it was too much for people to risk, I think, putting something like that out.
Well, in Sadistic Execution, like, even though they were like writing music, I mean, technically the song we're going to hear was composed in '86, recorded in '88, but it, for whatever reason, kind of had the Exodus treatment. It didn't see the light of day until '91, you know, with the
I didn't know shit about them till '94 when they were on Osmos and we were getting serviced. It was like the what the hell's the album called? Like something fuck you. Shit. We Are Death Fuck You. The '94 album. Yeah. That's the only new thing I knew about them at all. I had no idea about any of their, but this is before At the Gates did a cover of anything. Like, everything was so sequestered back then. Like, it was tough to know any of this shit. This stuff is so like meta. Like, unless you were from the area, I don't think you'd know a lot of this stuff.
Well, and unless somebody like pointed out or said, like, you trust it, like sat you down and told you, you know, like
Wagner. It was tough to find out. Like, yeah, look at a thanks list. Look at like, hey, shit, this guy's the same guy that was in Mortal Sin. Like, you had to own the stuff to know.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I remember hearing about Sadistic Execution. I know, like, Metallion always fucking talks about them all the time. Like, they were in like a ton of like Slayer mags and stuff like that. But
I mean, they were kind of like pre-Niflheim, like they were like flying the flag of old school, like black thrash kind of thing.
Yeah.
Australia has this great like energy about whatever they do. It's kind of it's like Wild West America, but even more crazy.
Yeah.
So it's just like it's its own thing. It's got their own unique energy. I mean, you look at like New Christ's, even though it's got some American dudes in it. You look at George Martin, what he did, like there's a certain kind of energy that's in every kind of
George Miller.
Martin.
George Martin was producing Beatles records.
Yeah, after Babe Pig in the City, you know, he
great,
but there's that energy in Australia that is like undeniable in the '80s.
Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I mean, like, even like, I'm not into them, but like, you know, Destroyer 666 have kind of, you know, continued with like this kind of sound and some of the war metal sort of stuff that comes out of there.
War metal.
Yeah,
I guess I don't know. I haven't even heard that name for 25 years.
It's just like a lot of weird stuff. But yeah, there's definitely like something endearing about the left of center approach that some of these Australian bands kind of take. You know.
Yeah. Even though AC/DC or Transplants, they have that energy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's like ties with, you know, Radio Birdman, New Christ, MC5, you know, like kind of in the DNA of some of that early AC/DC sound, you know, the garagey kind of thing.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, Sadistic Execution also hailed from Sydney, obviously. They were blending death, black, and thrash. They released the Magus demo in '88 with songs, like I said, composed in '86. But it didn't see the light of day till '91. So it's hard to measure the impact of these guys. You know, I don't know if this demo like was floated around the way that like Taste of Blood demo was from Slaughterlord, but
clearly, I feel like they didn't really get their comeuppance until, you know, after that. I think '94 is when they kind of like they're really, Osmos was pushing them big. Nobody really sounded like that at the time.
I never really heard you and Chris talk about them much. Were you guys?
We didn't really care about them because at the same time, there's like way more interesting black metal shit happening.
Yeah.
And this was like, you know, I guess I don't really remember how they marketed, but it seemed more like retro thrash black stuff that we wanted whatever was the new thing. Sure. At that time, we didn't necessarily care about like what had come before, unless it was, Bathory or Venom.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't know anything about any outside of Sepultura, like any South American stuff that was, kind of checking those boxes. But and this was also like a friend of ours was doing the Goats of Pandemonium zine, along with when we were doing the Requiem physical fanzine. Joker. It was all like Black Joker, the Cloven Joker, Loki's son. If he's listening, I hope you're doing great, buddy.
He's
probably not, but I hope you're doing good. Like everything was compartmentalized into like these camps of black metal and death metal at the time, and black metal was the more interesting thing for the couple years, and at that point death metal was kind of, everybody thought it was kind of over and boring.
Yeah.
So like anything that was remotely blackened, whatever that means, became like kind of like, oh shit, this is like proto black metal, this is this or that or whatever. So that's when I remember Sadistic Execution actually having I think some type of interest. I haven't heard much of them since.
I gotta imagine, like, I don't know, like a band like Impaled Nazarene was like into these guys a lot,
I think so. They were really fucking weird. Like Tolls Comp Nors. If you listen to that now, is like, what the fuck were these guys listening to?
Yeah.
Like these, and they changed from record to record. They completely changed their sound.
Mm-hmm.
So it's, I don't know. They're an anomaly. We need to talk about them at some point.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially now we got that Finland black metal book as a good resource.
Exactly. As soon as I get my office finished, I'd like to pull that out and check it out.
Absolutely. So yeah, the tune we're going to hear, Agonizing the Dead. I mean, it's barely tethered to thrash, but it's still impactful, obviously, and had a lot of influence on our next band, which is Hobbs Angel of Death, I think, in terms of themes and things like that, just the darker, more satanic kind of stuff he was kind of playing with. Yeah, I don't know. What's your thoughts on the Sadistic Execution tune? Anything?
There's like the Agonizing the Dead, it has like the down tune, like obituary kind of vibe going on.
Yeah.
Like cause of death kind of vibe. A little bit of Celtic Frost, of course, and Teutonic Thrash with like a weird Bathory kind of production, like a lo-fi Bathory production.
Yeah.
I got a little bit of like Deicide in there too.
Oh, okay. I could see that. Yeah.
Like vocally.
Yep. I could. Yeah. Glenn's probably definitely a fan of these guys.
That's another band we've never touched.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm up for it.
Speaking of Legion, maybe we do that sometime this year.
There you go. And speaking of, that was the last Maryland Death Fest we went to, right? I think they performed Legion.
Yes. Yeah, he's all fat and bald and weird looking. It was fine.
He's coaching soccer. He's just living his life.
I'm going to be a soccer dad pretty soon. So
there you go. I'll teach your kid how to play some soccer. Let's
all right. Yeah, I did a solid 6 months in 1984.
You know. Yeah, you know how to play. You probably know how to play some amoeba ball, which is like the youth, like when they're all just like running around in big blobs the whole time. So, but yeah, Hobbs Angel of Death, as I mentioned at the start of this episode, this is one I kind of knew before, and Hell's Headbangers kind of put out some reissues of this record, Hobbs Angel of Death, and then
they had a reunion thing, or not, like a comeback, like in mid 2000s, maybe 2016. They put out another record.
Okay. Yeah, well, that might have been the Satan's Crusade, which is like collects it, like all their like demos and other things, because I've got that as well. I don't know if they actually recorded any like new music, but I don't know. I gotta look on that.
Look real quick.
Yeah, but yeah, they're it's like
2016. They did Heaven's Bled.
Oh no shit!
Huh. Yeah,
I'll have to pull that out
because that was right before they did he was doing some more of that touring.
Okay. God, weird.
But a friend like Tim, a friend of mine that's in Acid Witch, he's the bass player. They played with them.
Oh no shit. Okay.
And like he's probably 10 years younger than me, so he's that similar to Schaefer. Yeah. He's got that like internet into like, oh, all these fucking obscure things we never heard anything about. And I was working at the record store with him, and this was this kind of stuff that they were always like gaga about. Bulldozer, you know, which I eventually got into as well, and
recently toured with Deceased.
Yeah, like all this stuff was just like, there's so much cool old shit out there that nobody's heard. We're just kind of in golden age for for all this right now.
That's why these shows kind of like, as much of a pain in the ass as they are, it's kind of like fun to just like unearth, like some of this stuff is gems and some of it's just
the connections. I mean, the whole thing was like worth it, even if some of it wasn't my taste necessarily, but finding those connections between, Slaughter Lord and Sadistic Execution and Mortal Sin.
Yeah. That's like, so weird.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's like Autopsy and Death and, all those, like in some of those kind of those connections.
Absolutely. But yeah, I would say that, Hobbs, Angel of Death, alongside Mortal Sin, are probably, they're like the two essential bands of the scene in terms of like mainstream success, and kind of represent like different ends. Like Hobbs is very Slayer driven, and Mortal Sin's definitely, doing more Megadeth, Metallica, like a lot more complicated kind of ideas and stuff. But
a lot of Judas Priest too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We'll get to that. I definitely wrote that down as well. But yeah, formed in Melbourne. Melbourne is how you say that pronouncedly. You don't pronounce the L. Hang on. Melbourne is how like
throw that L right in the trash.
Yeah, kind of like cons, or it's spelled Cairns, and you don't say Cairns, but you say con.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. I've been to Australia a couple of times with students, and so they kind of like explain.
You got to just talk like Steve Irwin, and then you're all right.
Yeah, that's it. but yeah, Peter Hobbs, he had come from I'm trying to remember what band he came from, and he kind of started them out of the ashes, like is it Tyrus? Yeah, Tyrus.
Yeah,
or something. And combined his love for Slayer, I mean, to the point where he literally named his band after Angel of Death. And they were obviously the big influence alongside, I think, Venom and some of that kind of stuff. But on the Hobbs Angel of Death, the Satanic or Satan's Crusade, which is a collection of like demos and different things like that. There's one little explanation that's kind of on the back, and there's no essays whatsoever on the reissue of Hobbs Angel of Death, the full length, but only on this collection of demos. It says, in the late 80s, memorable group Tyrus were spreading death and cult and evil to live venues around Australia. Led by Peter Hobbs, Tyrus quickly became a household name and a leader in the demonic metal direction. With the impressive writing skills of Peter Hobbs, the Australian metal scene came to light, led by tunes like Marie Antoinette and Chainsaw Massacre, amongst others, of heavy-handed metal. The name of Tyrus soon changed into the Slayer-inspired Angel of Death, which was lengthened soon after to become the now classic name Hobbs Angel of Death. What were you going to say?
I was going to say there's no apostrophe.
Yeah, no apostrophe, just Hobbs.
It's not possessive.
No, it's not his Angel of Death.
It's just Hobbs Angel of Death.
Oh, you're right. And I have I got to change that in the name.
Oh, did you put an apostrophe in?
I did for the name of the band, but not for the name of the album. Go figure. I don't know.
Okay. Well, I'm going by Metal Archives.
No, I think you're.
But that's all.
Even the cover, no apostrophes.
Okay.
So. Hobbs then teamed up with some of the best musicians in town, featuring Sham on drums, Carl on bass, Wooly on guitar, and Peter Hobbs, vocals and guitar, who they then went to Melbourne's Doug Saunders Studios and recorded their first 6-track demo, simply titled Angel of Death. This demo was produced in extremely low cost with only a few short hours and with sustained supreme quality. This demo achieved sales of over 1,200 copies in a very short space of time and attracted the attention of international record labels, one of which was the frontier-crushing SPV Steamhammer. With many new compositions complete, the progressing group Hobbs Angel of Death attracted new members. Supreme drummer Darren McMaster Smith, Steve Scott on bass from the legendary band Renegade, and Mark Woolsey, guitar player for Nothing Sacred. This demo superseded the first effort and immediately secured a record deal with SPV and Steamhammer. Hobbs Angel of Death left for Berlin to Harris Johns, famous producer for Voivod, Creator Destruction, Halloween, to record their self-titled album, whilst the cover art was painted by Sebastian Kruger, who had produced the covers for bands like Tankard, Destruction, and numerous other supergroups.
Good cover.
What's that?
It's a good cover.
It's pretty great, yeah. So my girlfriend's last name is Hobbs, so I asked her if she was somehow long lost related to the Australian Hobbs, and she did not find that to be too humorous. So, especially I showed her.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, Peter Hobbs. She was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, "Come on,
Look at this guy."
Hobbs Angel of Death remains one of the most important metal phenomenon from the Aussie metal scene amongst names like AC/DC, which makes Hobbs Angel of Death the most influential Australian metal artist the world has ever heard. Damn, that's a pretty
Wow.
I don't know. That's a pretty big claim from Hell's Headbangers there, so I'm not sure if I agree with that.
What was that? The hype sticker?
No, that's like when you pull the booklet out, that's the back of the booklet. So
Okay.
yeah, I don't know.
I think Hobbs is it's extreme metal, yes.
Yeah.
Hard rock and heavy metal,
yeah,
probably not.
If you're going like non-hard rock, that's hard rock's obviously AC/DC.
Yeah.
If you're going pure like thrash, I don't know, man. Mortal Sin might be like a step ahead, but it's hard to say. I don't know.
But Hobbs has a good story.
That's true.
I mean, that's a great record, but it sounds dated compared to everything else that was happening at the time.
Yeah, it is kind of weird that way.
Not in a bad way, but it's not like groundbreaking. It seems like more of the safer bet.
Sure.
It's like Bulldozer, where it's this weird Italian thing. It's like out of time.
Yeah.
I think it's got a certain charm to it.
I agree. Sorry, I was flipping through the Australian Thrash 10 greatest old school albums came out in November of 2021. So trying to think when that sizes up to the Japan one, but still written by Chris Jennings, and Hobbs is obviously on there, and he just says ostensibly a solo venture for ex-Tyrus guitarist Peter Hobbs. Hobbs Angel of Death was an old school thrash album, unsurprisingly in thrall to the satanic noise belched forth by thrash giant Slayer, Halloway's era in particular.
Yeah.
Cult act par excellence. Hobbs Angel of Death may not have registered on the global scene, but tracks such as the caustic opener House of Death and the bludgeoning Crucifixion were equal to anything coming from the Bay Area and should have seen the band rise swiftly up the ranks as opposed to merely falling by the wayside. Ripping death thrash delivered with 100% satanic conviction when it comes to Australian thrash, Hobbs Angel of Death should have been the album to break the big leagues. It's just that convincing. So, yeah.
Well, the Marie Antoinette really kind of does the King Diamond legacy some good,
Fuck yeah. It's very it's definitely good.
The good storytelling, it's like, Phantom of the Opera, Maiden, like all this like classic heavy metal epic storytelling stuff.
Well, it's even got like musically like that sort of weird mid-tempo like Diamond Head Am I Evil intro, that kind of some of the building riff and some of that kind of stuff. But I've always dug this guy, this band quite a bit. Basically
the production I think is great.
Oh man, the crunch in Crucifixion, man. I just said this shit is just fun, evil, mid-80s Slayerific. It kind of punches you in the nose, especially when Peter comes in with that bouncing like vocal pattern.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a catchier like Captor of Sin mixed with like the tone of At Dawn They Sleep. It's fun, To the church, da 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 da. It's like he's really like locking in on this like kind of groove with his vocals. That's pretty fun.
Well, I don't think anybody really kind of grabbed because I think Tom Ray is a kind of a singular vocalist, and like the way he kind of enunciates things.
Yeah.
And for him, for Hobbs to do this is like there's not a whole lot of bands that could match that part of Slayer.
Yeah, that like rapping staccato kind of thing that he's like.
You could get the speed, not quite as interesting as what Lombardo was doing, and you couldn't do the solos quite as good as Jeff or Carey, but like you could get the vibe, but not really ever the vocals.
Yeah,
I think he gets definitely some of that.
Yeah, no, Hobbs definitely has the spirit. It fucking names his band after a song, so you better hope
he's got the Spirit in Black. Yes,
that's it. Oh, good call. House of Death is another one where I picked up on a lot of like the King Diamond atmospherics, especially at the beginning before it kind of goes into pure Slayer worship, off the rails kind of chaos, which is always fun. I love that in thrash.
Yeah, some good Kronos vocals.
Yeah. Darren Smith, we should kind of note he's the drummer. He's probably the closest you get to like I guess the Aussie, Dave Lombardo.
Yeah.
He'll really show his chops well in the kind of double kick kind of drum ending of Marie Antoinette. He does like almost like a Angel of Death type like breakdown. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and then you get to, Angel of Death from, or not Angel of Death, sorry, Marie Antoinette. I just said as a world history teacher, I'm kind of tickled by the epic tale told here.
Yeah.
Oscillating speeds, that mid tempo, like I said, the diamond head thing, and those bursts of thrash violence proclaiming the guillotine is just fucking great. Like whenever they go into those little parts,
Well, did you see what his if you look up Hobbs Angel of Death on Metal Archives, like the kind of press photo there is him with his guitar holding his fist out with like inside of a guillotine with all nice. Like a bunch of like heads underneath him.
That's awesome.
It's fucking great.
Yeah. I mean, there's just something about like, even in the song, like around the 6 minute mark, when you start to hear like the guillotine, like lift it, like the sound effect of it and shit. And that's when Smith kind of comes in and does like the fucking killer drum work and stuff. So it's a lot of fun. So if you
it's like Slayer and like the fun of like Alice Cooper and like the really theatrical stuff that I think King Diamond still does really well, but not a ton of people do it.
No,
like people think it's, I don't know, campy or what, but it's, I don't know. It's just like it's a tradition.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like, I like when there's a little bit of, entertainment flair in my metal,
Absolutely. It's like wrestling,
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't want you don't want IRS. You want somebody like more interesting. That's more of a,
give me a little fakeness.
Exactly.
I want a little theatricality.
I want some kayfabe happening.
Yeah, exactly. So so let's get into it. This is a fun little set historical wise. We've got Legion from Slaughterlord from the Taste of Blood demo in 87. Then we got Agonizing the Dead from Sadistic Executions, the Magus. And then a trio tunes from Hobbs Angel of Death, the self-titled record from 88, Crucifixion, House of Death, and Marie Antoinette.
scream, and even say. liberate us from hell. What you are, we once were a monument of life. Now what we are, you will become to live amongst the dead. No purple flow, our bones will roll the door in our graves. Decaying into the dead. Come, my guillotine virgin would die, dripping wife of the king.
was Marie Antoinette, House of Death and Crucifixion from Hobbes' Angel of Death. Then we had Agonizing the Dead from Sadistic Executions, the Magus. And then we started off with the demo of Legion from Slaughterlord from the Taste of Blood demo. Good stuff there.
Very good.
So now we're moving into the Aussie mix is about to jump around for kind of quick highlight reels here. We're going to kind of blast through kind of four bands here in a second. This is sort of the stretch of bands that probably don't have like a longer kind of influence, although Armored Angel in their own weird way, kind of towing the line into death metal, definitely, I think, has a little bit of more attention. I don't know if you guys ever heard of them back in the day when you were kind of getting into death metal stuff.
I feel like I kind of did.
Yeah.
But the name probably turned me off.
You know who is another band we could have thrown on here that kind of has thrashy death metal is the Notorious Mortification. They're Australian. So you remember Mortification?
Yeah.
Christian death metal kind of thing.
Christian, yeah, some white black metal.
Yeah, weren't they? Or white death metal,
White
right?
death metal.
Yeah, but they have they're on that list of the Australian top 10 thrash albums of all time.
Do you remember who put that out?
I think it was Nuclear Blast, wasn't it?
I think it was. Yeah, yeah. Mortification and Defecation might have come out in the same year.
Yeah, Post Momentary Affliction, 1993 was the album they sort of threw on there. It was the third studio album. And I guess apparently that one found the band returning back to their thrash roots from like their first two death metal. So, but yeah, I didn't throw it on there. So I should have. It would have been a good opportunity to talk about Mortification a little bit more, but it just
it's okay.
Just didn't happen, Mark. You know,
everybody will be all right.
Hopefully people can sleep at night.
Yeah. I know.
But yeah, and Chris Jennings, who did all these other lists in June of 2022, he did another list called 20 more obscure old school thrash albums you need to hear. And it's from all over, there's a bunch of different countries and stuff. And the very first one on there is a band called Allegiance with an album called Destitution. And not just Destitution, Mark, but some kind of, what's the dumbest G.I. Joe? Because you've been obviously recollecting them, and they were like notorious for their like acronym, like kind of, because this
Ecumen?
Yeah, D.E.S.T.I.T.U.T. It's Destitution, but like, what the fuck? Like,
I looked around, I could not figure out what the fuck this was for.
What's the weirdest G.I. Joe one of these? Because they were like notorious for these, like Bats. I remember there was a bunch of them.
Well, that was Battle Android Trooper, pretty solid.
Didn't they have like vehicles?
The Whale was an acronym. Basically everything from 82 to 87 might have been an acronym.
Okay. Were there any that like blew your mind where you're like, oh my God, that one's a stretch?
There was a lot of them were very, like, they would use, usually you don't use and in the acronym.
They would
so
do that.
The Whale, I think, had used like the A in WHA was and something. It's like water hovering, amphibious. I think amphibious. Something. They were all so. It's hard to even remember how ridiculous. But the term themselves was cool, so you remembered that. But then I just kind of forget about what it actually meant because most of the time it's nonsense.
Jesus Christ. I mean, I was fascinated by him as a kid when I'd be reading like the file cards and stuff, and like, ooh. Okay.
Oh yeah, it was totally cool. Like now, but this is the longest acronym I've ever seen. That's not in some absurdist comedy or something, but
yeah,
Destitution, funny. Destruction equaling systemic tuition in
total underground totalitarian
tits in our nation.
Yeah, there you go.
I don't know. This is insane.
We're like regular whose line is it kind of with our improv skills. Like it nailed it.
Improv. Yeah. We both have improv backgrounds. Yes.
So here's what he had to say. What a concrete slab of hard-hitting thrash Allegiance's debut album was. Overall, this was a relatively familiar release to those already accustomed to Machine Head's Burn My Eyes, etc. But that shouldn't distract from what it is, a gruff, rough, street-ready run through some decidedly above-average thrash. That's like one of the greatest statements ever. Fucking,
it's pretty good.
Like, excited, and then it's above average. It's like mediocre at best, but it's it is what it is. With Destitution ringing the same bells as Sacred Reich's Ignorance and Atrophy's Violent by Nature.
I would totally agree with that kind of undulating kind of approach.
That with a fair amount of solid groove and mid-tempo stomp supporting Allegiance's chug-happy musings. It was the likes of the fast and frenetic Path of Lies with its death metal leanings and the insanely catchy title track, which marked Allegiance out as potential contenders. So... and it just says, just one more album followed, 1996's subpar Skin Man, but Destitution is where it's at. I think we really missed an opportunity to listen to Destitution's Skin. Yeah, or Allegiance's Skin Man, sorry.
Yeah. Well, there's definitely like we got some Zetro-isms on the vocals.
Yeah.
So almost like the Toxic
Flynn.
Vaults.
I do hear Rob Flynn. I get the Machine Head, like a little bit of the more shouty stuff that you associate with the Panteras and Machine Heads, kind of mid 90s kind of.
Yeah, and I think that groove kind of, alludes to that as well. The Burn My Eyes and Pantera stuff.
Yeah.
But kind of like outside of where I'm really interested in thrash metal, but
sure. But I do hear the Sacred Reich and the Atrophy stuff. And those were, again, two bands that we covered in our American journey as well. Atrophy was, I think they were another Phoenix band that we talked about probably when we did Flotsam and Jetsam. We just played a couple songs from them. So, but yeah, I mean, it's standard fare, catchy. But if you're a thrash freak, searching for kind of deeper cuts, this is like a deeper cut stuff. But I mean, is it essential? No, not at all.
Yeah, I think if you get a couple Sacred Reich records,
yeah,
it kind of covers all these bases. But
you're pretty good. So, but so far, I guess in our Aussie journey has been more, traditional or blackened kind of visceral side of thrash. But I guess when you get to Melbourne's Teramis, we start to get into the more kind of tech side of thrash a little bit in terms of musical stuff, and then really distinctive fucking Candlemass, Messiah Marklein, Joey Belladonna, kind of like child of those two vocals, like real weird, bass led, riff-tastic, it's not overly noodly, but it's still like got some like kind of cool mini leads that reminded me of like even like Chuck Schildener's like kind of like Individual Thought Pattern kind of style.
Well, there's lots of arpeggios on this song.
Yeah, that's definitely probably what it is.
But did you look at the album cover?
Yes, it's very colorful if I'm not mistaken.
Wow, there's my first thing. Well, it starts out with like a destruction riff, and I'm just like, wow, that cover. It's got dice.
Oh yeah,
it has like a dude the Geordie LaForge visor, musical notes on staffs, some eye rays, and then I put like Jeff Tate, John Bush, Techie Thrash, Joey Belladonna, arpeggios. And did you look at what the instrumental's called?
I think it's Funny. I'm trying to remember.
It's incredibly racist. It's Jigaboo's Boogie.
Yeah.
And a jigaboo is a, you can look it up yourself.
Yeah. It's a derogatory term.
It's a derogatory term for a group of people, but it's like very, I can't imagine they had a different context in Australia.
No, if anything, it's probably something that they used to describe Aboriginal people, because the Aboriginal people were treated terribly. When I've been in Australia, there's a lot of Aboriginal homelessness and things like that kind of going on, similar to like Native Americans here. It's so
because the first time I heard the term jigaboo, I think was from Eddie Murphy.
Oh, okay. Yeah, and some stand-up stuff.
And something, I don't know if it was Raw or something, but when I was looking through the rest of their songs on the album, I was like, Jesus, what is this?
I forgot. I did see that when I was kind of going through, but I kind of purposely probably blocked it out. But
I made a special note to bring it up for
that album cover is definitely. Would you say, Mark, that album cover is stretching the imagination?
I think what it reminds me of is something like one of these like John Carpenter wannabe bands would do. It's like a very 80s synth pop cover.
Kind of mixed with like early but
also like very high school art project.
Microsoft 95 art or something like that, like somebody that just got a very first computer and is like, oh, I'm gonna make some cool digital shit, and
they just graduated high school. It's very of its time.
It's not good. Did you pick up on any of the Messiah vocals or
I didn't, but
it's there a little bit, kind of the Candlemass thing.
I think hate always outrides love, so I automatically went for Jeff Tate instead of Messiah because I love Messiah, but I wasn't grabbing that. I was just like it was more some of the screaming that Jeff Tate does.
Yeah,
and the first record and first EP I like, but after that I have a real problem more with his ego than with his performance.
Hey, all you're doing is tempting fate if we go back to like the hopper for like donations again for somebody to pick a Queensryche episode. You just fucking poking that every time.
I don't mind Operation Mindcrime, I think, is fine. I think Jeff Tate's just a kind of a blowhard. Yeah. I think there's some great music in there, but I like what's the first one? Rage for Order.
It's the first full length, The Warning, and then Rage for Order is their second full length. Yeah,
The Warning and Queen of the Reich EP.
Yeah,
I'm solidly
Rage
behind.
For Order too. Yeah, I can go a lot further. Obviously, I can go to mid '90s with Queen.
I don't mind. What was the big Jet City Woman? All that shit.
Oh yeah.
I don't hate it.
Another Rainy Night Without You.
Yeah, I dislike Jeff Tate as a human being. I think he's a fine musician. He's just up his own asshole.
Yeah. He's definitely there's a pretentiousness there that kind of.
I have a problem with pretension. I have a problem with bullshit, disingenuousness.
He seems like the kind of guy who, like in the early '90s, will give you a tour of his house and like be holding
wine collection,
a glass of wine, and he'll be like talking about like all the like. I don't know, like the statue on his wall and where he got it, and I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I have more like the Yngwie Malmsteen interview and the Metal Evolution episode.
Yeah,
I have more respect for him for being exactly who he is. He pulls in, he has like 3 of the same fucking sports cars,
Lamborghini,
and he's drinking a fucking Jack and Coke or something, and like exactly. That guy is exactly who he says he is.
Yep. Yeah, incredible. I respect that too. He's like a force of nature, you know?
Yeah. I don't know how he has I guess he did really well with Rising Force, but have 3 Lamborghinis and have a mansion in Miami.
We he's got all the songwriting credits probably for everything he's done, you know, stuff. So he's probably getting royalties there. I don't know. Maybe he's like doing solos for hire too. Who fucking knows?
I have no idea. Like, you know, more power to him. I'm just like, those are not any, if I was that wealthy, I would not have that many of the same cars.
But Mark, that's why you live a less is more lifestyle, and
it's true.
He lives a more is more. More is more. And
see, I don't have a mansion, but I have 40 acres and a tractor.
There you go.
And a 0-turn mower and a pickup truck.
And a pretty happening record collection.
That's pretty good. And a chainsaw and a bunch of toys and a great partner and a son on the way. So yeah, everybody has their own ideas of what wealth is.
Yes, I agree. So yeah, so they showed up in the I don't know if they ranked them. I think they just put them in alphabetical order, but Teramis did show up. Is that how you say it? Teramis?
Tiramisu.
Tiramisu. But yeah, it says Australian progressive power technical thrashers Teramis may be one of the least known acts on this particular list, but their distinct brand of histrionic metal deserves to be remembered. Featuring exceptional bass playing and a penchant for frantic, frenzied arrangements, Stretch of the Imagination was a vast improvement on 1987's Queen of Thieves, with Teramis fully embracing their progressive metal. Behind These Eyes truly hit the technical thrash sweet spot, but the whole damn thing reeked of ambition and complete lack of care for convention. The overly dramatic, occasionally squeaky vocals will ruffle the feathers of non-believers. Fans of Realm, Agent Steel, and Toxic with a K.
I love Agent Steel and Toxic.
Oh yeah, and Realm. We talked about Realm.
Did we talk about Realm? I don't know Realm as much.
We did. Realm, when we talked about them, when we did the Morbid Saint episode, because they're another Wisconsin, Milwaukee thrash band. Realm, right. More tech thrash, whereas Morbid Saint, it's like more pummeling, like Slayer type stuff. But so that's what they got to say there. And all I wrote about this is I mean, there's the last 30 or 40 seconds of the song are my favorite part. The guitar bass interplay is fucking amazing. And there's just, like I said, the noodling, the fucking arpeggios. It's just the
franticness. I think that's a good term or word to use for a lot of technical extreme metal.
Yeah.
Frantic.
Yeah. So we go from Teramis and we kind of stretch way back to the mid 80s with Nothing Sacred, who are also from Melbourne. And they actually trace all the way back to 1980 when they were first known as Satan's Child. Then they changed their name to Vengeance and then Heresy before finally becoming Nothing Sacred in 83. And they only released an EP in 85 and a full length in 88. And then that was it. And then they kind of reformed in 2015, I suppose. Some of the members, as we kind of alluded to before, of Nothing Sacred went on to be part of Hobbs. And so it's, again, they're kind of an interesting kind of connection to all this. But the Death Wish EP is we're gonna hear a pair of tunes, one from the Deathwish EP in 85 and then the full length Let Us Pray from 88.
Do you want to know what their biggest sin is?
Tell me.
They left the G on and they didn't put an apostrophe after the N.
Oh, nothing sacred. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna maybe be like the Paul Di'Anno kind of vocals, or Joey
No, I
Beltran.
think they're so new album. It's like early Def Leppard in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Primitive Iron Maiden, like with gallops and stuff too. Like,
Yep.
I think it's really on the cusp of, it's like proto thrash more so than thrash. I think it owes a lot to the 80s. It makes sense that they're so old.
Yep. I mean, I think the Deathwish tune is definitely like way more new album. I can hear, This Is War. I get a lot more of like Spreading the Disease, Anthrax, which definitely had a lot of like Priest and new album in it.
But metal. More speedy.
Yep.
And that it starts out with ooh.
Yeah.
So you can't pinch them, or can't pinch them. I have pinch harmonic written. You can't begrudge them for that. But sure. Pinch harmonics. What is this for 88? Behind the Times.
Yeah.
Thrash, I'd call it classic heavy metal.
I didn't, This Is War. One thing I said, a lot works in that song. The power metal influences, the sick thrash breakdowns. But there's this weird chant effects thing that they do in that song, and I kind of hated it. But the solo is fucking. I will say that. So
yeah,
actually, probably prefer maybe the Deathwish tune just because it seems more like kind of. I don't know, just it kind of hit a sweet spot, and it's kind of a nice little change of pace for this episode, because you're right, it's like trapped in the new album stuff a lot more.
Well, I think if we kind of use because thrash and new album, I mean, they're kind of like the one's the dad, one's the son.
Yeah.
If we kind of use thrash, like as far as kind of putting these in categories, new album was so varied that I feel like thrash, I guess, is kind of occupies that same space where there's so much. It was just the next level up from that. And like Australia back then was different. It wasn't instantaneous culture around the world. They were 5 years behind in a lot of their stuff. So like they're making stuff based on stuff we'd heard 5 years ago, but it's through their lens,
which is what fascinates me so much about like Slaughterlord, because like they were really advanced for 87.
Absolutely, totally.
Almost like, what the fuck, what were they listening to? I mean, they must have been obviously tape trading, to get that stuff,
Yeah. Or heard Slayer and like, what can we do to like up this?
Yeah. Or got like those, early Mantis demos, or, just some of that stuff they're connected in. But
yeah, they were definitely had to be in the tape trading circuit for sure.
Like, here's what the Worship Metal had to say about Nothing Sacred. It said, one of the first Australian bands to play thrash speed metal, Melbourne's Nothing Sacred formed way back in 83, and their debut EP, Deathwish, was an underground metal phenomenon. 4 years later saw the release of Nothing Sacred debut full-length Let Us Pray, and despite outstanding songwriting clearly evidencing the talent on display, poor production hampered any progress the album may have afforded them. Another case of a band with considerable promise falling at the first hurdle. However, Nothing Sacred thrashed up version of Iron Maiden and Judas Priest's classic sound has still seen them regain their status in Australia as a beloved act from the glory days of thrash. And it says that Nothing Sacred released their long-awaited sophomore album, No Gods, on July 16, 2021. Rock Shots Records. So it's kind of interesting. I have not heard it. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I can see what he says about the aforementioned production, but there's definitely cool ideas here. But
the production didn't bother me as much.
No, yeah, but that holds true with kind of your aesthetic a little bit. Like I said, it was more like the weird.
I would say like Sacrifice had worse production than that, but
yeah, for sure, for sure.
Like, there's a difference between like bad production and like necro production, and like I don't know, like certain types of music, it's like newer Darkthrone records work because of the way they sound.
Yeah,
if they were like slick and polished, and I don't know, there's a certain charm to some of it, but when it just sounds like everything's you just need to turn a couple knobs up to make everything more audible.
Like lacks dynamic or something. That's a different story. Yep.
We don't want the typewriter drums or any of that.
So then we're gonna go from that, and we're gonna get pretty heavy after that. But we're gonna talk about Armored Angel and chat about them when we come back. So we've got Destitution from Allegiance from their Destitution record 94. Then we got Behind These Eyes from Teramis's from Stretch of the Imagination 1991. Then we go back to 85 for Death Wish from the Death Wish EP from Nothing Sacred, and then from Nothing Sacred's Let Us Pray in 88. This Is War. And then we're going to end with Armored Angel, Beyond the Sacrament from their Stigmartyr EP from 1992.
Just
That was Beyond the Sacrament from Armored Angel. This is War, Nothing Sacred. Death Wish, Nothing Sacred. Behind These Eyes from Teramis. And Destitution from Allegiance. So Beyond the Sacrament from Armored Angel were from Canberra. And they're definitely stretching back to 1984. They kind of started as a speed thrash band before obviously moving, as you just heard there, towards death metal style. But Stigmartyr, it's got pretty groovy bolt thrower riffs throughout that kind of meld with some kind of melodic thrash leanings. I mean,
did you see the thing? I was looking at like comments on YouTube, and supposedly they were very influenced by bolt thrower on this record.
Okay, that makes sense. I didn't see that, but that's what I picked up on.
And then like the main opening riff sounds like Unleashed.
Oh yeah, kind of simplified.
Yeah, because Unleashed is all just palm muted, but with a gallop in it usually.
Yeah,
like some Obituary, like the guitar tone, some Samael as well. It's just like a cavalcade of early '90s death metal.
Yeah. And it's weird, like the next EP, which is called, oh my god,
Mysterium.
Oh, Mysterium. Yeah, that's the one that showed up on the like Worship Metal Top 10 Thrash albums. So that's how I kind of like these guys came on my radar screen. I remember like hearing them, like, is this what the? But even like their write up of it, it says, first up they go, we know it's an EP and not an album, but we're including it anyways. And then they say, when discussions about death / thrash are being had, Armored Angel may not be a name that rolls easily off the tongue, if at all, which is a crying shame, as these Canberra-based reprobates were an outstanding death thrash act who slung out 2 incredible EPs in the early 90s. With comprehensible gargle growls that never went full-on death metal and an abundance of crushing death thrash riffs, Armored Angel may have nudged closer to death than the thrash, but are more than worthy of mention here. And they compare them to like original Incubus, who were...
Okay.
Was it Opprobrium? Is what they changed.
Yeah, whatever they changed the name to. Yeah.
Well,
but I mean, I would say Corner and like Samael Blood Ritual too. Like very Swiss sounding to me.
Yeah, I can get a little bit of that as well. Yeah, I mean, the Carved Into Sin tune, which we're going to hear next, I mean, it's groove laden. You can definitely get that. So it's got like those catchy elements that I associate with the Swiss sound, right? Mm-hmm. That's definitely kind of something there. But yeah, I think they've got a pretty decent back catalog, don't they? Or is it just the 2 EPs? I might be getting them confused with somebody else, but I feel like they actually like went on to like a somewhat of a career. I don't know. I might be just blowing it. I looked at so many fucking bands that I kind of get like confused.
I mean, no,
after
just Stigmartyr, it was
yeah,
a full length. There's like some random comps and stuff afterwards, but not much.
Yeah. Nope. So yeah, if you look at a picture of him, dude looks like he's got a sweet armband.
Hey, Power Trio. Got a Marduk shirt on.
Yep. Hey, that's fancy.
What's the other guy got? The Creator shirt?
I can't tell. Yeah, it might be a Creator shirt.
And then the other one, Ugly something. I don't know what the hell that is.
But yeah, so we're kind of wrapping up here. We've got a penultimate Aussie thrash band that we're going to kind of talk about before we sort of end with Mortal Sin, and that's Sydney's Addictive and their 1989 debut, Pity of Man. And
Get Out of My Life.
Get Out of My Life. Yeah. Speaking of shitty album covers, this one's pretty bad. I don't know if you had a chance to look at it, but it's like a sci-fi robot.
This was like a
dealing with an hourglass,
a class in shitty album covers.
Yeah, it's like a bad sci-fi novel cover of some sort. Like it's real bad. But while you're looking at it, here's what it says: Australian thrashers addictive, yeah. Maybe no more than a footnote in the history of thrash metal. Yeah, did you see it?
Yeah.
It's not good.
It's like somebody's mom that was like into like new age healing made it for him.
Yeah. They maybe no more than a footnote in the history of thrash metal, but for a short time in the late 80s, these Antipodean anarchists were one of the leading bands in the Aussie scene. Playing hard and fast, it appears that Addictive were influenced by the usual suspects of the era: Metallica, Sacred Reich, Dark Angel, Testament, and a decent attempt at James Hetfield mimicry in the vocal department backs up that assumption. Opener Get Out of My Life took the direct approach, and Much a Pity a Man subsequently stuck to a similar path, one built around ultimate aggression backed by socio-conscious lyrics. While not quite in the same league as Mortal Sin and Hobbs Angel of Death, more on them later. That's an allusion to later in the article. We're still addictive enough to make a mark on an overcrowded scene, and Pity a Man should be considered somewhat of a lost treasure. So,
I mean, it's in the Exodus, speedy, bouncy, fun thrash.
Yeah, I mean, I get like, this sort of relentless kind of Dark Angel creator kind of quality to it. Some ganged out chorus that's it's not a lot of dynamics, I guess, or melodic textures, which we're gonna get that a lot more on My Foe.
My Foe. Yeah, this is gonna be another instance where I talk about a band that you wouldn't think that would be in this episode, but it starts out, it sounds like fucking Sentenced.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, I love this song. I think it's really great,
I guess what I'm saying is Sentenced has so much like underlying thrash in it and traditional heavy metal. I've been listening to quite a bit of their back catalog, especially the first like 4 records.
Okay.
And I'm just hearing so much more like, hard rock and Ozzy and Yngwie and all this kind of shit in the music, even when it's straight death metal still.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's what makes Sentence kind of so universal, is they were like a hard rock band, like, like wrapped up inside of like extreme metal, and you could always kind of like get their crossover appeal if you could like kind of work through that, especially with those first couple records, but I could see that with like the ballad-esque kind of quirks and the incredible leads, because that's obviously, stuff that like Sentence is kind of known for. I mean, Greg Smith's vocals on this are pretty killer,
Yeah.
One of the other reasons I kind of saved Addictive to the end is because 2 of the guitar players, the 2 guys we hear on these 2 songs, Joe Buttigieg and Mick Sultana, end up actually playing guitar decades later for our final band, Mortal Sin. So kind of connected into that. They're not on these records we're going to hear, but when Mortal Sin kind of reforms in the 2000s and 2010s, they're the 2 guitar players there. So
there's that weird like clean, triumphant, like for some, I put down like it just reminded me of like a Lita Ford song at one point.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Yeah. Something like I get that. I mean,
like I don't exactly know why, but like that type of vibe.
Like, are you getting through? If I Close My Eyes Forever, or Duet with Ozzy, like that kind of emotive, sort of moody, kind of like commercial metal sort of stuff.
Yeah, or just like just her stuff in general had like this kind of hard edge, but always had like an emotional underlying, kind of like vulnerability to it.
Yeah.
For that's what came to my mind. So my notes are always as stream of consciousness as possible.
Not unlike Pat Benatar, who Mark just drew a Pat Benatar
as a tiger.
Yes. Exactly.
Who can say that about their life?
Yeah. Who here? Raise your hand if you've drawn a Pat Benatar tiger for a cross country team in northern Macomb County in Michigan.
I guarantee that I'm the only one.
Yep, you're it, Mark. You're a singular figure. So as we kind of enter into our final band, the one we kind of saved till last, I'm going to let Malcolm Dome tell their story in his 2021 notes for their debut, Mayhemic Destruction. So kind of lay out a little bit of the band history and all that kind of stuff, because he does a much better job of it than I will do.
He's pro.
He's a pro.
We're going to miss him.
In the 1980s, thrash was an exciting new phenomenon that introduced the world to a select few bands who would go on to become iconic and influential. Moreover, there were many others who created and released albums which have remained dynamic, powerful, and charismatic decades later. Mortal Sin clearly fit into the latter. In fact, it's fair to say they were a band who a lot of thrash aficionados and fans believed should have gone on to become so much bigger than was to be the case. The Australian band started in Sydney during 1984, and the way it all came together certainly has an air of serendipity about it, as vocalist Matt Maurer explains. Quote, I was in a Judas Priest covers band in 84. I can't recall the name we had now, but this lot only ever did one gig, and that was a party. Anyways, I was on a train one day listening to Priest on a ghetto blaster. The music caught the attention of this long-haired lout, and that was Wayne Campbell. of Wayne's World fame. All right. So Mike Myers. All right. He came up to me and we got chatting. He asked me if I was in a band. I told him I'd been singing for this covers lot. So Wayne explained that Wizard with 2 Z's, Mark, his band at the time was were looking for a new vocalist and asked whether I'd be up for coming down for a jam. Well, I was up for it. That was late 84, but things didn't quite work out for Maurer with this band. Wizard were a heavy power metal act, very much influenced by Iron Maiden. What most of the guys in the band wanted was someone who sounded like Bruce Dickinson, but that wasn't my style at all. But Campbell, who was the drummer in Wizard, and guitarist Keith Kristen were impressed enough with what Maurer did to move on and start a new band. The 3 of us jammed together, and by January of 85, we had a full band with the arrival of Andy, tough last name, Efitchiou, Etchichu, I don't know. Again, formerly of Wizard, so another guy from Wizard, on bass, and Neville Reynolds on guitar. The name Mortal Sin came from someone who, with who Maurer had played in the aforementioned Judas covers band. Quote, it was the drummer, Venom Brown, who came up with Mortal Sin. He ended up playing in Massive Appendage, another metal act in Sydney. However,
also, Cock.
Yes, Cock. That's a clever Australian cock rock kind of.
Yes. We didn't call it cock rock. We called it Massive Appendage.
Yeah, Massive Appendage. However, there was to be a lineup change even before the band played their debut show. Quote, we were booked to do a date in February of 86, which was to be our first gig, but Neville told us that he was going overseas and wouldn't be back for the performance. Well, that wasn't good enough for us, so we turned to Paul Caruana, who had also been in Wizard. Jesus Christ, how many guys were in fucking Wizard?
In a Wizard.
Yeah, Wizard. I think they bought over like 6 dudes. And by then was another band called Judge. Well, at the time, our sound was influenced by a lot of people, from Black Sabbath to Iron Maiden. For me, what really made an impact was hearing Fast as a Shark by Accept on a compilation album.
Incredible song.
Yeah. It was the first time that I'd ever heard a double kick drum, and that got me hooked. By then, Thrash was taking over from Nwabum, and we went down that path. Metallica had always been regarded as a major inspiration for Mortal Sin, which Maurer confirms. Quote, yes, they had a big impact. In Australia, we got to hear Kill 'Em All a long time after it was released. That's the way things were back then. There you go, Mark. We got albums much later than people did in Europe and America, but when that record made it over, that was a significant moment for us. In their early days, Mortal Sin split their live set between covers and originals. I guess it was 50-50. In our 12-song set, we were doing 4, which ended up on the first album. We also had tunes such as Evil and Metal City. Metal City sounds fucking amazing. Which were very simple. That was happening as we learned our craft. I know we also had Woman in Leather and Blood, Death, Hatred, both of which were on our debut. Quote, Keith was coming up with their basis for the songs and then giving them to me to alter his lyrics to suit my voice. But by the time we got to a song like Lebanon, then I was writing most of the new lyrical stuff. That process took about 6 to 9 months as I got better at writing. By July of 86, the band felt what they needed was to record a demo, not only so they could hear how the song sounded in the studio, but also a way of pushing everything forward and landing a record deal. Quote, we rang around a lot of studios to compare prices, and someone recommended that we try EMI Studios 301. This is where things took a rather different turn, thanks to John Darwish. He was the house producer there and told us that our material was good enough to be an album, not just a demo. So he suggested that we should raise $25,000 Australian dollars so this could happen. The band spent a little under 3 days recording the songs and a further period mixing the tapes. We had played all the material live at some point, so already knew how they should sound. This helped in terms of not wasting any time. The album title, Mayhemic Destruction, was suggested by Campbell. See, Mike Myers, always with the cool terms. Mayhemic Destruction. But the choice was also predicated on the band's love for a German thrash band. Quote, we were all big fans of Destruction, and the idea of Mayhemic Destruction seemed to fit in with that. The band logo has often been attributed by Maurer, but he insists it came from someone else. I did have a go, but couldn't come up with anything that really appealed. Then Keith said he'd see what he could do, and out of that came a design that we all loved. The original thing that changed from Keith's original concept was that they extended the cross that takes in the T in Mortal and the I in Sin. Maurer spent, yeah, classic. It's kind of cool how it comes together. I like it.
I love that logo.
Maurer spent time on the phone trying to find a company to manufacture all the parts for the release of the album. It was he who managed Mortal Sin at the time, so a lot of this side of things was left to him. Eventually, a deal was done with Custom Line Records, and it was this company who developed what was the original cover artwork. Quote, they told me of an artist they knew who could do the job, and that was Tony O'Keefe. That's how we ended up with the painting you see on the cover. Mayhemic Destruction was released through Mega Metal Productions, the band's own label, in 1987. We initially pressed up to 1,000 copies and then did 3,000 more. The later batch were all sent over to Greyhound Distribution in the UK. However, this is where the story took a very unexpected turn, which led to a major label deal for the band. I was sending copies to everyone I could think of, including magazines in the UK like Metal Forces and Kerrang, both of which gave the album rave reviews. It was a blanket attempt to interest anyone and everyone who could do something to help us. One of the places I sent one to was Shades, which was a renowned record shop in central London at the time, specializing in hard rock and metal. They played it in the shop one day, and this guy named Dave Throne was in the place. He worked for Phonogram Records and was so impressed with what he was hearing that he asked one of the shop's assistants if this was the new Metallica album. Ooh. When he was told that, yeah, that's a pretty good compliment. When he was told that no, it was this new Australian band called Mortal Sin, he decided to find out more. My phone number was on that album sleeve, and one day I got a call from the person who introduced himself. Awesome. As being Dave Throne, who did A&R for Phonograph in London. I thought it was a joke, but the next thing I knew, we were offered a deal with the company, and we were signed. A few weeks later, I had a call from MCA in America who said they were very interested in signing us. I had to tell them that they were too late, as we'd just done a deal with Phonogram. It was decided to re-release the album through the Vertigo imprint of Phonogram, which had legendary acts as
Sabbath,
Status Quo, and Thin Lizzy, and would also add Metallica. Yeah, that's pretty cool. No changes at all were made to the music production or sonic side of the album, but the cover was altered. The label told us they felt the artwork we had really didn't properly represent the album.
I would agree.
What's that?
I would agree. I think the new version is infinitely better.
Fucking stellar, yeah.
It's so incredible.
They could commission someone to come up with something more appropriate. We were happy to go along with this, and they got in Simon Bisley, who had just begun to do art.
Oh, is that who did the fucking art?
Yeah, who had just
That's incredible.
Do the famous comic 2000 AD.
Yeah,
he did
and a bunch of Danzig shit later.
Yeah, he did Danzig. He did speaking of Lobo,
yeah, he kind of
created
Lobo.
Two Lobo fucking references. Goddamn Japan and Australia thrash episode.
Well, and also, isn't this demon is like on top of the Sydney Opera House?
Yeah, Sydney Opera House. Yeah, okay. It's fucking sweet. Yeah,
I didn't even picture that with him with Baisley. That's awesome.
Yeah,
because I just took a picture and I was like, God, this is fucking great. I love, especially the skeleton and all the bones in the foreground is.
Yeah, well, awesome. You got the Sydney Bridge, which I've walked across before, is in the background. Yeah. So yeah, pretty dope.
Nice.
Yeah, he did a rough idea, and as soon as we saw it, we all went, hell yeah, it was excellent. Vertigo put out the new edition of Mayhemic Destruction later in 1987, thereby spreading the word about the fast emerging band to a wider audience. Described at the time in Kerrang as, quote, possibly the next big thing. What this album had done was prove here was an exciting, fresh, and confident young band who could help us define metal as we hit the last couple of years of the 80s. All these years later, Mayhemic Destruction still comes across as one of the best thrash albums of the era. Malcolm Dome, London, August 2021. So a lot of history there, but yeah, Malcolm on his last word.
Good on
you,
sir.
Cool.
Yeah,
I did not. Until I read that, I had no idea that was Simon Bisley either. But makes a lot of sense.
That's great. This is one I actually secured for a reasonable price.
Did you find this? Yeah,
I found it for $35.
Is it part of the new?
It's the reissue with the new cover.
Yeah,
or new cover with the second cover.
Yeah, I'm trying to think who put this out. I have the gem upstairs. I don't. It's
the version I got, I think, is from. Let's see, other versions. This is a Dissonance Productions.
Yeah, no, that's who put out the CDs. Yep.
Dissonant. Okay. Yeah, it's like cool. Opaque red vinyl from 2022.
Yeah, and I mean, this pair of tunes we're going to hear from Mayhemic Destruction. I mean, fuck, the title track, very German thrash inspired.
Very South American too. Like,
yeah,
I just as soon as I heard it, I was like, I gotta fucking look this up.
Yep. Definitely a darker sheen. I said another album this kind of reminds me of a little bit is like Testament the Legacy, which is kind of like a weird, darker version than a lot of the other
Mm-hmm.
Testament stuff that kind of came later, which is a little brighter and more, commercial sounding. So
Yeah.
But I mean, you couple this title track with the fucking epic Lebanon. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Lebanon's like Beyond the Realms of Death or something. It's it's fucking great,
dude. I mean, riff after riff, that fucking ending.
Yeah. Great like mosh breakdown.
Yeah, dude, the fucking like Middle Eastern opening too is incredible. I said the
Mm-hmm.
riff 230 is one of I think the greatest thrash riffs ever. It's just so fucking good.
It's great. It's
And
great.
that chorus just makes you want to go to fucking march off to battle, like
Yeah.
God damn. Yeah.
Yeah, there's there's Maiden, there's Metallica, there's Priest. It's like they're pulling from the best sources.
It's weird when this got reissued in 2021. I can't remember who had it, but it might have been Chris Hupp, who I bought some stuff from, or maybe it was Gary Schaefer, who Chris buys a lot of CDs from as well.
Mm-hmm.
It was like kind of being advertised that they had gotten a hold of these, and I had heard of Mortal Sin at that point. And I was like,
I heard that name for years, but I
listened to a couple songs on Spotify. I was like, this is pretty fucking good. I'll just fucking pull the trigger and buy both these reissues. And I think they're pretty cheap too for whatever I got them for. So yeah,
that's the great thing. This stuff is continually being like licensed by other companies constantly.
Yeah,
usually pretty good reproductions as well, like remasters and added stuff like fucking Malcolm Dome notes.
Yeah, these long essays and shit are great. So it's cool. It's like it's why I like Criterion editions. I like the special features and shit. So. But there's not a lot more to say. I'm just excited for if there's any Requiem people that are unfamiliar with Mortal Sin, you're in for a nice treat here with this pair of albums that we're gonna kind of end with. So
well, it's one of those things too where like I was doing notes and I was like, it's just really good.
Yeah,
it was hard to like make really
I didn't write a lot
distinct statements about it, but really like everything about it was consistently good, interesting, creative, iconic to them. Like it was. Everything about it was just like, fuck, this is the culmination of that Australian scene.
That's it. Yep. This is kind of all the pieces kind of coming together. So So we've got Carved in Sin from Armored Angel from Mysterium, 1994. Get Out of My Life and My Foe, both from Addictive's Pity of Man from 89. Then a pair of tunes from Mayhemic Destruction, the debut from Mortal Sin from 1987. We've got the title track, and then we end with Lebanon.
Chains of ages past, script for an ancient cenotaph, the damning of secret lies, the worship of God eventualized. From beneath, each with loathing, one night within, damn it.
That was Lebanon and Mayhemic Destruction from Mortal Sins, Mayhemic Destruction. Then we had My Foe and Get Out of My Life from Addictive's Pity of Man. And we started off with Armored Angel and Carved in Sin. So as we wrap up things, we've got one more record we're going to talk about with Mortal Sin. And I thought before we sort of get into Mortal Sin a little bit or in Face of Despair, I would once again return to our friend Malcolm Dome, and then we'll also hear probably at the very end, I'll save it, Steve Hughes, who drums on this record, has some nice kind of thoughts about
Brother of Glenn. Yes.
Brother of Glenn Hughes. So Malcolm Dome says, as Mortal Sin prepared to record their second album, the buzz surrounding them was unmistakable. The band's 87 debut album, Mayhemic Destruction, rightly had many thrash fans convinced these Australians were on their way to becoming a significant force in the metal world. However, there was a lineup alteration at the end of 87 as guitarist Chris Kristen left. Quote, we had a show booked at a 2,000 capacity venue in Sydney, the band's home city, called Salinas, explains frontman Matt Maurer, who had founded Mortal Sin in late 84. This was one of the most prestigious pubs in Sydney, and we were headlining the night, which was a big deal for us. Now, Keith was always very nervous and used to chew his fingernails before we went on stage. The place was packed and really up for going crazy. But when we started our set, something was wrong. Keith was playing the wrong stuff. In the end, he messed up 6 songs, and that was bad news as far as the rest of us were concerned. After it was over, we had a band meeting and decided we had to get in someone instead of Keith. By chance, the crowd that night was Mick Burke, who had been the guitarist in Slaughterlord, one of the other preeminent Australian metal bands of the period. Quote, now Slaughterlord had just split up, continues Maurer, so we asked Mick if he was up for joining Mortal Sin. Keith had been fine for us during Mayhemic Destruction. He had written pretty much all the music and played very well on the album, but Mick took it all to another level. He was more proficient than Keith, and in his very presence meant we had to all lift our game, which was exactly what we needed to do. He was also a slightly more progressively minded musician than Keith had been, and you can hear this on the track like I Am Immortal, where there's so much going on with the way he played. We needed to get to another level if we were to achieve what we wanted, and Mick wanted us to achieve the advance. While the band, together with John Darwish, had done the production for their first album, now it was imperative to bring in someone who could add an extra dimension to the sound and the music, a producer who could make Mortal Sin's ambitions a reality. The man who got the task was Randy Burns, regarded as a major figure in the metal scene, having worked with Megadeth, Death, Possessed, and Nuclear Assault, among others. Vertigo came up with a few names, but now I cannot recall who they were. We did a background check on Randy and liked what he'd done before, so went with him. He came over to Australia, and we returned to EMI Studios 301, where Mayhemic was recorded. But we had a problem. Quote, Randy spent 7 days trying to get a drum sound sorted, but didn't like the way it was turning out.
Jesus,
I know. In fact, he didn't much care for the studio at all. Randy had given the label a list of equipment he wanted for these sessions, but while some of it was at the 301, the studio didn't have all of it. So we decided we had to move to a new studio. Quote, we contacted Rhinoceros Studios, which was one of the most well-known in Australia. Some of the biggest bands around, like Midnight Oil, had worked there, and it was very expensive. Yeah, I love Midnight Oil. Fucking Beds Are Burning. That's a banger, dude.
They're kind of a one-hit wonder, aren't they?
Yeah, but I think they were one of those bands that was like really respected in the 80s by like people that were like really into, I don't know, U2 and
Men at Work.
No, I think Midnight Oil was more taken like by like the, I don't know, the INXS U2 crowd a little bit more than
I think INXS is one of the,
I love them.
It was one of my favorite bands as a kid in the 80s.
Yeah. Kick was my 4th tape I owned. So that's the 4th tape I ever bought. So yeah, anyways, but yeah, Midnight Oil. The trouble was they couldn't give us the time that was needed. So we ended up at Paradise Studio, which was owned by Billy Field, a big pop singer in Australia. And Randy was happy there. He had all the gear that he needed. Maurer recalls that Burns did have some input into the way the music turned out. For the most part, he was content to leave the music to us, but did have some good ideas. For instance, the guitar solo on Voyage of the Disturbed was his suggestion. He felt that a warped version of the Star Spangled Banner was required, and that's the way it came out. Oh, it's interesting. I have to go back and listen to that. He was also keen that we should have some gang vocals on some tracks. Bring some of your mates down to help out, is what he would say. And you can hear what happened on Robbie Souls and For Richer or Poorer. It certainly improved these songs. For the mixing stage, everything was shifted to Music Grinder Studios in Hollywood. Randy wanted to go there because he was so used to the facilities. Mick and I flew over to join him, but he never wanted us actually in the studio when he was doing the mix for any track. So we left him on his own for this, and once it was complete, then we'd be invited in to listen and give our opinion. The album title, Face of Despair, was taken from the lyrics to one song. It's a line from Martyrs of Eternity. That song was inspired by the fact that I became a father in August 1988 as we were recording the album. And when my wife got pregnant with our daughter, both of us wondered whether we should be bringing a child into such a crap world. And it is still crap all these years later. Exclamation.
I think that's what every parent feels.
For sure. Yeah, I'm sure you're
if you care. Yeah. We got enough land where we can have our own world, but
yeah. The artwork concept came from the band, to some extent representing the area in which the studio was situated. This was the King's Cross part of Sydney, which was really rough and tough at the time and full of drug addicts. The girl huddled in the corner was a reference back to the way my wife and I felt about bringing a baby into such a horrible world. The album was released in May 89, around 9 months after it was completed, but there was a good reason for such a delay. We were due to go out on tour in Australia with Metallica, and Vertigo believed it was sensible to wait until that tour began as Metallica released And Justice for All, so that it would benefit from the promotional and marketing boost the band would get from being on a road with such a major metal name. And they were right. This was an incredible tour for us. We were playing before big audiences. Every night the fans would be chanting Mortal Sin, when we came on stage. We probably played before more fans during this brief time on the Damaged Justice tour, as Metallica had dubbed it, than we'd had done in 2 years doing our own dates. Yeah, of course, no doubt about that.
Yeah, that's kind of the last great Metallica tour.
There was also a major change in circumstances for the band behind the scenes as they brought in a full-time manager. This happened just before the Metallica tour. It was someone called Steve White who looked after some big names in the 70s and 80s. Up until then, I'd been taking care of that side of things, but it was simply starting to get too much for me to cope while also being in the band. Mortal Sin faced another challenge shortly after Metallica Trek ended as Campbell was fired. Well, he had to go on and do Wayne's World, of course. Wayne was just a major pain in the ass, on the arse, sorry. Simple as that. He wouldn't do any rehearsals with us, and because of his attitude, nothing was getting done. This went on week after week until the rest of us just couldn't stand it any longer. So we fired him and brought in Steve Hughes, now a successful comedian, who was someone else from the Slaughter Lord stable. Steve Hughes is the one we heard from before, who wrote. We're going to hear from him later. His first show with the band was the benefit called Metal from the Heart in August 89 that raised money for kids suffering from cystic fibrosis.
Jesus.
Yeah. In January.
Whatever happened to that? So, like, that's not even done anymore.
The metal shows are just like the charity shows and stuff.
Any kind of benefit for anything.
Yeah. I think anymore. They did. They tried a few during COVID, right? But they didn't really
Did they?
do anything. Yeah, they were like TV specials and shit, but nothing.
But it's not like all these like, various genres of music coming together to do something like Farm Aid or.
I think it'd be badass. That'd be like a fun excuse for a festival now.
Yeah. Yeah, Willie Nelson and High and Fire and all these random bands together.
Oh yeah. Willie Nelson, High and Fire. You had me there. I'm done.
See?
Good. In January 1990, the New Look Mortal Sin headed over Europe for the first time as the opening act on a Testament tour. Quote, we had been put forward previously for an Anthrax Testament tour over there, but for some reason that didn't happen. But eventually getting to do shows with Testament was excellent. These dates included the iconic Hammersmith Odeon on January 13th, 1990, with the Sinners sandwiched between openers Zentrix, already mentioned earlier in the show, and the headliners. And such was the speed with which their fortunes were moving forward that no sooner had this tour ended than Mortal Sin were back on the road in Britain. Quote, Steve White asked us if we'd like to support Faith No More. It's a lot of serendipity in this episode, Mark.
There is.
Talked about Zentrix and Faith No More way earlier. We were big fans, so jumped at the chance to do this. From what I recall, our run of dates with Testament finished, and a couple days later, we were hooked up with Faith No More. No sooner had this triumphant beginning to the new decade concluded than Maurer surprised everyone by quitting the band. Some things happened on the road which were not good. I was the only married person in the band, and my wife came out to join me for part of that Testament tour. That did not go down at all well with the rest of the guys. They didn't believe women should be allowed on the road and gave me a hard time. I told them that from 85 to 89, I had managed Mortal Sin, and my wife had aided me to do this. The others in the band had done nothing to help, so they could just fuck off. I just had enough of this nonsense and left. This brought the first and, for many, the most important and creative phase of the band to its conclusion. The band did try to carry on with the revamped lineup, but it was not the same. The pity of it all is that Face of Despair proved Mortal Sin had upward momentum and truly developed as a potent musical force. Quote, we are now more sophisticated by then, and we are now writing lyrics which were much more story-oriented and political in nature. We definitely progressed. Malcolm Doan, August 2021. Crazy. So yeah, it's kind of the story, and it kind of makes sense why like they didn't cascade to do anything after this. They just kind of had their moment, I guess, briefly, and then kind of faded away.
I mean, that's with a lot. I mean, there's such a small little like chunk of time where you could like to be like something like Metallica is insane that they ever became what they were.
Yeah.
Megadeth, the same, like a lot of these bands, like it was a moment in time, and it wasn't necessarily always about your talent. It was about a lot of other factors, but I think like the fact they got as big as they did is pretty telling. But I think Face of Despair is kind of it's good, it's fine, but it's not as, it doesn't punch you in the face. Like,
it sounds visceral. It's probably a better written record. I get what they're kind of saying with that, but
cover art is kind of
yeah, it's a more mature record, but that's not.
It's produced well, but I think that just all those like uncertain factors in that first record were what really, like, I don't really care about ever getting the second record.
Okay, yeah, I don't mind it as much, but I get it.
It's fine, but it's not like one of these like if you're going to keep your discography fairly small, I don't need to be a completist with Mortal Sin. I think that first record, like that, everything about the cover, the title, the name, everything about it is just like perfect. Yeah. And that's like enough to like kind of sum up what they were at that time for me.
Yep. I can I get what you're saying. I mean, I'd probably pull Mayhemic out more,
Yeah.
I understand that for sure.
Not to like diminish that record, but it was just it's just not the record for me.
Sure. Yep. No, I mean, the pair of tunes we pulled out probably don't like hold as much weight. I mean, I like I Am Immortal a lot. I think it's pretty fucking catchy, top tier sort of stuff. But
yeah, I mean, the whole record I think is good. I think it's produced well. It's like on top of its game, but it's like 3 years behind where everything else is going. And like where like Injustice was that was it for like pushing that. I think that type of thrash into like a mainstream or like a bigger pool for people to kind of discover. I think after that that was kind of it. Like nothing ever got, like Pantera got heavier in some aspects, but like we have a really, like, I think society in general or the larger listening public in general has less affinity for more extreme stuff, and I think this was kind of it.
Yeah, I can kind of see what you're saying there. Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I think if you're gonna have to if you're gonna pull one record off the shelf to listen to for Mortal Sin, it's probably for me Mayhemic Destruction as well.
Yeah.
So if you only need one,
not to diminish the other one, but that's like the one.
Yep.
If you just got a couple records, like sometimes the first record, there's so much behind it as far as how much time you spend on the songs, like all this stuff building up to that first release. Mm-hmm. Sometimes is that's kind of it.
Yeah. So before we talk about these last two songs, I want to share just a couple of we've gotten a little bit of feedback about some things. Just kind of, it's always nice to do that. The first thing I want to sort of share is something we got. Hang on, I'm scrolling here. It's from Seth Forsman, who's been a frequent contributor and longtime patron and stuff like that. We've met up with him at some Decibel Fests and things like that as well. He said, hey, all, been a while since I posted on here. Just finished the second Sodom episode the other day and loved it. Yet another band that had been pushed on me for years that I never got. They were always too brash for me, much like early Creator. It's great to rediscover a band like Sodom when some clue or discussion allows you to see the hidden schooner in the picture. Nice Mallrats reference. Yeah, I think we're the same age, so he and I get all the same culture references.
I just for Mallrats, I just know the thing has the orange dork. Is all I remember.
Yeah. Yes.
It's been a while since I've seen it.
Dork? Yeah. It's the one guy from My Name Is Earl just keeps staring at one of those like paintings that's supposed to like you're supposed to see like the hidden image.
Fucking sailboats.
Yeah. That's he's like, it's a schooner. You dumb asshole. A schooner. And he says, like Jason mentioning the early Carcass records and that moment where he finally fell into the groove, clearing the smoke as it were. All it takes is you to hear you to tout a band, and I'm already more inclined to want to hear them again. There are a couple things on my Requiem wish list I want to put out in the universe. I would love to hear a Patreon episode going over the stuff from 2023 so far that you have been both digging, although I feel like life changes may have kept you guys from finding the time for the new shit, which is understandable. Yep, that's kind of the thing there.
There's a handful, but it's
we'll do an end of year patron. You know, you hear there. And this one I kind of dig because I've actually thought about it. And an episode on Tad Doyle and all his projects would also be killer. I don't know if you know about like the thing Tad Doyle did after that. Jay Shrum turned me on to, but it's like Brothers of like the Sonic Cloth. I don't know if you ever heard of that.
Yeah, I'm familiar with it. I'm not super familiar. I remember
it's Tad Doyle. Yeah, and it was like, oh shit. And it's like, I think it was on Neurot too. But anyways, it's kind of interesting. He's kind of gone done some other stuff. But yeah, anyways, criminally under.
Didn't somebody ask something about Jay Mascis too?
Yeah, it's the same letter. Yeah, lastly, criminally underappreciated artists, in my opinion. Lastly, after seeing Dinosaur Jr. recently, I think an episode on Jay Mascis would be killer.
I agree.
Fucking love Dinosaur Jr.
Yeah.
I saw them open for Clutch with Red Fang, and the audience was so divided during the Dinosaur Jr. set. So many people around me were bitching because they didn't get it. They thought it was too sloppy, not metal, blah, blah, blah. If you ask me, they were the heaviest and definitely the loudest band all night. Yeah, I've heard Dinosaur Jr.'s loud as fuck.
I saw him. Me and Lisa went to see him.
Oh yeah, you guys recently saw him, didn't you?
Yeah, within the last like year.
Yeah,
and that was the first time I ever saw them, and they were fucking great.
You dug it?
Cool. Just loud as shit, like original lineup, like everything was great about it. Yeah, then like John Brandon came on and did some fucking Stooges covers and shit. It was awesome.
I mean, Jay Mascis comes out of like the fucking grindcore scene with like Deep Wound and shit, you know, like
the 80s hardcore.
Yeah. I mean, Deep Wound was kind of, I don't know, like D-beat, kind of like Siege. They're kind of like, you know, something like that. Yeah,
they're just like really aggressive hardcore stuff
that like kind of bled into like influencing grind bands and stuff. But
yeah,
let's see. Yeah, I think those people were totally missing the point. Rather than judge them for having no taste, I would love to just sit down with them and talk about it the way the podcast helps me. Hell, I could do a whole episode myself just discussing why Jay Mascis is important and someone to obsess over. I do understand how busy you two are now and is only going to get busier with Mark's new edition on the way. Congrats.
Thank you, sir.
I hope you guys will continue to talk to me while I mow the lawn and shovel snow for a long time to come. Yeah.
Always.
He also says, look for a shout out from me in the November issue of Decibel. That's all I'll say. So
I wonder if he's one of the
maybe he's the reader of the month.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, it'd be sweet.
Incredible. Okay. Thank you.
Yep. So thank you, Seth. We appreciate that. We've got actually two messages from this guy, Gilchrist from Germany. One is going to be an audio clip that Mark will kind of throw in before we go to the Here I Am Immortal from Face of Despair. But then he sent one a few days ago, actually, in regard to our Patreon episode, which was on the Belgian, Netherlands, Luxembourg scene. Not a lot of Luxembourg stuff, but yeah, Benelux. He says, hi, guys. Just finished the Benelux thrash metal frenzy. Thanks a lot. Many unknown bands, facts and bands I never heard of. Misto Disto, or however they're called. Great band. Just for your personal interest, you really missed out on Channel Zero. I was just telling Mark that was the last band I cut. I was just like trying to like narrow it down. And I kind of was like, they're probably mid-90s groove based on some of the things I read about them. I didn't really check them out. I'll be honest. That was my own fault. When I got into heavier metal after discovering Slayer, their first two records got really stellar reviews in German Rock Hard magazine, and I got them back in 92, 93. Up to this day, they're two of my favorite thrash metal records of all time. It's true that later they included more groove metal influences. But they were still great. But not getting into details about them when doing a Belgium episode is like not mentioning Cowboys from Hell if you're doing American thrash. I get that. Okay. It's an odd comparison, but to me, it just feels the same. Please check out those first two albums, Self-Titled and Stigmatized, because they fucking cut through some guts. Again, thanks for your effort. Great as always. So yeah, and they sent me some clips. So yeah, I'll check them out for sure. And then he sent us an audio clip, I believe, about the Sodom. I shared it with you the other day. Was it about the Sodom episodes? I think. I can't remember.
I think
we'll hear it in a moment. We'll hear it in a moment. So yeah. But we listened to it, but it's been a hot minute. And then we did get a new patron from Denmark, Kenneth Jeppesen. So thank you, Kenneth. We appreciate your support, as always. And whoops, I got a couple more very quick comments, I believe. This one's from Joseph Schaefer, our good friend. He says, well, I absolutely gobbled that Sodom episode, inspired to finally check out Tapping the Vein, a record I never fucked with, even though I'm a long-term Sodom fan. And ready for it, Mark? It fucks. So once again, y'all delivered. So,
I told you, Joseph, it fucks hard.
It fucks.
Yes.
Yep. And then we got a comment a couple weeks ago from another one of our supporters. I think he's a patron too, Nils Schilly, so from Stockholm, Sweden. So my apologies on the pronunciation. Very short. He just said, hey guys, hope you're well. Sodom episode was dope. Thanks as always. And then he gave me a contact to find one of a patron that was not yet a Facebook friend, but just kind of letting me know where he was at. So
nice.
Cheers.
Thank you.
Cool. But yeah, so some nice feedback there. If you want to get a hold of us, shoot us an email at requiempodcast@gmail.com. You can, a lot of those messages I read on Facebook Messenger, or you can, send it to us through the Jason and Mark page on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter. That's what I was going to say. Nicholas Sundin, this is pretty cool too. Yes. For people who didn't see, Nicholas Sundin from Dark Tranquility for the 30th anniversary of Skydancer was sharing a big post and tagging our Skydancer episode from like 2009 on there, which was really fucking cool. So hopefully that got us a little bit of traffic, and maybe some people, found some other episodes that have never checked us out before. And who knows? It's a good thing. So Nicholas, we appreciate it. I was trying to explain why that album was so important to me, to my girlfriend, Erica, and why it was such a big deal that they tagged me. I said, like, imagine like one of the gateway drugs into like theater or something like that, like that performer like tagging you years later and saying like thank you,
but for me, like right now, like Nick Combs from Paradise Lost on Instagram, if you look at his profile photo is, it's when I drew him in Bloodbath.
Yeah.
Like nothing is cooler than that. Or like I posted something on Instagram with I went to see my uncle's like heavy metal cover band, and I was wearing a Paradise Lost shirt, and Aaron 80 from Paradise Lost. It's like great sweatshirt. Those little things. Like
that's it.
Those kind of bands that really like cement something in your as your youth, and they like validate you. It's crazy. It's awesome. It's like a sports figure that you care about, like saying like good job, dude.
Yeah, it's totally like turned around. But I mean, like Skydancer, I was trying to explain to her, I was like, that was like the first album, along with like maybe Opeth Orchid, that like I could use to validate like death metal to people that didn't like get death metal, and I could like play them the female vocals or play them the acoustic passages, and people are like, this is,
it wasn't really so cool. Off-putting. Like there was, yeah,
and it was a real badge of honor for somebody like me that was, I was interested in metal, but I didn't want to play the part of being like the cliche metalhead. So like I needed something that could like help me still maintain my identity as like me without having to like fall into that, and then like share how important that stuff was. So anyways, it was very cool.
Well, I was just talking to my mom like a couple days ago about, she's like, I remember that time when you took me out to your car and we listened to that band where you're telling me like about, this weird metal that you listened to, and it was Pieces. I played her the Pieces EP in my car.
Yeah, that's funny.
And she still remembers it, like, fucking 30 years later. But that was the one where she was concerned. But as soon as I played it, I explained it. Yep. Yeah, and I explained what was going on, and like, oh, this is just some weird thing like anything else, like horror movies or fucking comic books or whatever else you like it's fine. It's all good.
Yeah. No, and then one last thing on Twitter, we got tagged. Somebody tagged us. I gotta find it.
Is it just X now? I haven't been on Twitter for like 10 years, so
it's X. I'm just gonna call it Twitter just because.
Call it whatever you want.
Because I kind of want that to like annoy Elon Musk.
I don't understand why you buy a company and then you change why not just start your own? Like I don't know, whatever.
But anyways, they tagged us at Podcast Requiem on Twitter and with a little pumpkin, and it says, "You don't know Samhain until you listen to our Samhain episode." So,
oh, nice,
Michael Hampton. Yeah, thank you, appreciate that,
and thanks Blake for being part of that.
Yeah, very cool. So, but yeah, so if you want to become a patron to support what we're doing, since we're doing this all for free in our free time, which we don't have a lot of these days, it's patreon.com/Requiem podcast, or you can go to requiemmetal.com and click on the link for Patreon there and sign up. $5 a month, whatever, $2, just anything. We appreciate it. I know
you get at least I would say at least 10 hours a month of content from us.
I think that's pretty reasonable, to shoot us a little bit there. So but we appreciate it. So
throw us $5, $10, whatever you can afford.
You can do.
If you're giving money to NPR that gets money from the government, you can throw us a couple bucks. We don't have tote bags, but we have more content.
Nope, not yet.
But exactly. But we will in 2024, I guarantee.
There you go. So these last two tunes from Face of Despair, I Am Immortal. I just said, real catchy, top tier thrash. I said I love the chorus. Chorus really reminds me of Halford. It reminds me of like the style Halford sang in, like with Fight and like Painkiller, where it's like a little bit, which is kind of cool. Really cool stacked rhythmic tempo shifts, which are sweet, pummeling solo, good stuff. And then Martyrs of Eternity, big Sacred Reich vibe I kind of hear. Kind of cool haunting intro. Reminds me of like New Order Testament kind of mid-pace kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But it's cool, like, they kind of move they shift from mid-pace to like speedy thrash. And then there's that doomy melancholic riff before that really cool emotive solo that takes things over. And it's kind of neat to see like a lot of different personalities kind of in this song, so.
Yeah, I mean, that was always, I think thrash for me, it was just so emotive. No matter what it was, it all seemed like, it was like pummeling. It was like Injustice is like a cathartic record, but it just got so many, like, especially early teenage emotions out. And even now it still does the same thing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Like listening to Dyer's Eve now, I still like get fucking tears in my eyes when I fucking hear that song.
Yeah.
It's like this music has a huge power to it that I think it helps a lot of people out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, therapeutic indeed.
Yeah.
Well, we're about to wrap things up, but I thought I'd let the final word be with one of the members of the band. Again, this comes from this incredible reissues that have been put out with all kinds of great stuff. This is the Face of Despair one, and it's Steve Hughes. And he says, Face of Despair was released in 1989, and it was around that time that Wayne was fired from Mortal Sin, and they started looking for a new drummer. I was approached to audition, which I must admit, I was a little tense. Wayne was one of my best friends, and I did feel guilty, but I had to try out. Once I got the job, we began rehearsing immediately for our first show, which was going to be held at the Enmore Theater in front of 2,000 fans. You could say I was a little nervous, as it was going to be recorded for a video release, which would be called Face of Mayhem. There was no room for fuck-ups. The show went off without a hitch, but the best part was having Wayne there. And as I was playing, he sat side stage and gave me the thumbs up. I never told him how much that meant to me, but it meant the world. Mortal Sin had acquired big management by this time, and the news came through that we would be flying to Europe to support Testament and the Practice What You Preach tour. I couldn't believe it. I was never a big Testament fan, but that's hardly the point. We'd be opening for them at the Hammersmith Odeon. To play there as a metal fan was a dream come true. No Sleep Till Hammersmith was my favorite Motorhead album. The venue was just legendary. We were going to perform there. A bunch of misfits from the suburbs of Sydney. Whilst touring through Europe, we also got the news it would be opening for Faith No More throughout the UK and the Real Thing tour. I was heavily into that album and their second album, Introduce Yourself, so this was another mind bender. The tour also had us go to USA to play a series of shows in such legendary venues as the Whiskey in LA, L'Amour's in Brooklyn, and the Stone in San Francisco, where all the early Bay Area thrash came from. James Hetfield turned up, and a few guys from Voivod. This was the real deal, not just some pub in Sydney. Of course, we eventually had to return to Australia, which was just depressing. Its isolation and lack of any support from the Australian music scene meant that we would go from playing and being part of the international metal scene to having to go back to playing pubs and the odd festival when and if they happen. Australia's isolation and unartistic culture makes being an artist in the country just depressing, in my opinion.
Unartistic culture.
Wow. I would leave years later and relocate to the UK to pursue stand-up comedy. On our return to Australia, we began writing new songs and recorded a demo, but things were becoming strained within the ranks, and Matt soon left the band. I never knew the exact reasons, but wouldn't be surprised if I played a part. As much as I was a good fit musically and creatively for Mortal Sin, I was perhaps not the right guy to get. I've never just been the drummer in any of my bands. I need to be involved 100%. I was always the unspoken leader of bands I created, as I was committed to music expression and everything to do with the band. The artwork, the album mixes, the look. Mortal Sin was a band that I had joined, not formed, like Slaughterlord, and I started contributing lyrics and song arrangements. I wasn't happy with the way the band presented itself in photos, and in hindsight, I was just a bit of an arrogant cunt. I'm not just an easy guy to be in a band with if you expect me to take a back seat. We then went about auditioning new singers and eventually chose Steve Sly. He would appear on Mortal Sin's third album, Every Dog Has Its Day. We recorded a demo with renowned producer Kevin Shirley of Iron Maiden fame. Terrible producer, in my opinion. I hated the sound of those demos. Wow. Demo recorded with Steve had some great songs on it, but to this day, I cannot find a copy of it. Australians have a bad habit of not archiving themselves. Why? I have my theories, but that's for another conversation. Wow. Hot takes from him. We did some great shows with Steve and had written some great new songs. The band was playing well, but as I mentioned before, I wasn't the right guy to be in the band at the time. My musical taste had expanded over the years. Even as early as 87, I had started to listen to music like The Police, Kate Bush, Peter Gabriel, Supertramp, and had already gotten heavily back into U2. I'd also become a Rush fanatic. I was more interested in learning how to become a more diverse drummer than simply hard-hitting metal, and was intrigued at pop song structures and how could you write a simple song with simple arrangements and not have it be boring or dull. Around this time, a young guy named Aaron Hodge, who used to write to me in Slaughterlord, and I had met a few years earlier, and we had sang and played bass in a band called Mortuary. They were a death metal band of sorts. He was only 14 at the time. The first time I saw him, he was covered in corpse paint and burning Bibles on stage. I thought this young guy had got something special. I told him when he left school to contact me and we'll put a band together. Well, he did, and he had become interested in different music outside of metal. As my role and interest in Mortal Sin became less and less, I decided to quit the band and start a band with Aaron. The band was called Presto, of which Mick Burke also played in, and recorded our first demo.
Probably named after the
Rush album. Yep. So, and he says Mortal Sin had really fallen apart by that time. He kind of talks about the sort of end of the band there a little bit. So, and then he kind of just talks about the other stuff he's doing. All right, let's see. I would focus only on comedy for quite a few years after leaving Australia. My only musical adventures were playing drums for Ireland's Primordial on a tour in Europe in 2003. Interesting.
Okay. That sounds good.
Slowly teaching myself to become an amateur guitarist. And at this stage, I am currently releasing a solo album under the name of Eternium called Alone, but for the Breath of Beasts soon on vinyl. All right. I have great respect for Mortal Sin and the legacy they have achieved for the Australian metal scene. I will admit I'm not a great fan of the debut album. Oh, hot take. Okay.
Whoa.
My thrash tastes were always on the extreme side. Bands like Creator, Sodom Bathory, Slayer. I never liked mid-pace thrash like Overkill or Flotsam and Jetsam. I know Mayhemic Destruction is legendary to some fans, but personally I've always admired Face of Despair much more. It's a better written album with much better songs. They are stronger arrangements as maturity the debut lacks. But each to his own. They've had a revolving door of members over the years, but Matt and Andy have been the linchpin, and I guess of keeping it going on and off. Yeah. As I mentioned, maybe I was the wrong guy to get at the time, but it is what it was. But I wish them the best and former members the best. Yeah, anyways, so there you go. Hail to the metal fans worldwide, and remember, we are immortal. Well, we are indeed, Mark.
So, it's true. There can only be one.
There can only be one. Yes, that's the highlights. That's Scotland, right?
Yes, Highlander.
Not Australia. So, but Scotland, Australia, there's kind of like a symmetry there.
There's, yeah, AC/DC.
There it is. Yes,
it's a common link.
There we go. But yeah, so that's some end of words there. But yeah, it's been kind of fun to go down this road into these two countries. And like I said, we'll get back to probably take a break from Thrash next time. And then when next time we come back to Thrash, we'll probably be focused just on one region or maybe a singular band a little bit more. As these mixtape episodes are fun, but also very stressful to put together. It's a lot of finding music and tracks,
context, and everything.
Yep. But so we've got I Am Immortal and Martyrs of Eternity from the Face of Despair album from 1989. And so hopefully you enjoyed all this stuff. So for the Aussies and Thrash Down Under and Japan Rising Sun Up, I don't know, I'm trying to think of something clever. Side A and Side B. I am Jason.
And I'm Art.
Hi guys. I just wanted to throw in a couple of times regarding your first two international thrash episodes with regards to the Sodom history. Again, as always, highly appreciated and super well done. I thoroughly enjoyed listening to both of them, and especially you brought up a lot of the new stuff that actually I didn't know that almost passed me, with the exception of a couple of singles. As a German, I mean I should know Sodom history, and I've seen them live a couple of times, opening for other bands or even headlining or at festivals. But the last almost 25 years passed by without me listening thoroughly to a full-length album of theirs. So thanks a lot, and it really woke my attention to really listen to their last 5 or 6 records. And especially as a melodic metal fan, I really like what I heard, because I think a lot of their riffs are quite melodic, and it's quite amazing. I didn't realize that until I heard your 2 episodes, especially the second one, obviously. And then, considering myself to be a Sentenced super fan, I really have to agree. The solo on City of God is almost identical to Cross My Heart and Hope to Die from the Cold White Light album. Even the sound, the guitar sound is very similar to Mika Tenkula's sound. And then in the song Buried in the Justice Ground, on that same self-titled album, I think there are even more sentence references. So the main verse riff reminds me a lot of the riffs in The War Ain't Over, the opening track on Amok, and then the bridge, I would call it, the chord progression to me is and the vocal phrasing is so similar to New Age Messiah on the Amok record. The part you mentioned with the rhymes of Tom ending on like possession, obsession. I don't know. I don't really remember it, but that part is quite similar to Taneli's vocals on New Age Messiah. It's so amazing, and I'm really wondering if by chance, because the album was released just after Sentenced final gigs, so just after they passed away, if they listened a lot to Sentence, or maybe the guitarist, I don't know who wrote the songs, but that's just a really funny reference. So I'm really keen to listen to that whole album and maybe dig out some more references. So again, thanks a lot. Great effort. I'm really looking forward to the next episode, the Dutch and Belgium episode. Thanks a lot.
die.